Good morning. Welcome to the June 18th Planning Commission. Anna, please confirm that city staff are ready to begin and explain the rules and procedures for this hybrid meeting.
Thank you. Yep, we have all the city staff present, and I'm going to briefly describe this hybrid meeting. For those online, there are two categories of people who are participating. We have attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are any commission members or city staff who are virtual. If you are an applicant or citizen who is interested in the case, you can use the raise hand function when the chair calls the case to let city staff know that you wish to be promoted to a panelist position. If you are using Zoom on a web browser or an app on a computer or a smartphone, there's a black ribbon at the bottom of your screen that's got a little hand icon. You're going to click that to raise your hand. When the promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion, and then it is going to appear temporarily that you've been disconnected from the meeting. But please don't panic. This is just Zoom changing your role from an attendee to a panelist. When you've been admitted, we also ask that you turn on your microphone and your camera. Additionally, if your username on Zoom can be your legal name, this is going to help with the promotion process. If you are calling in through a standard phone line, we know that you can't adjust your screen name, but you are still able to raise your hand in Zoom by hitting the star by the number 9 key. This is going to inform city staff that you wish to give public testimony. This is a reminder that the chat box online is only to ask questions about the agenda or Zoom, that the merits of each case cannot be discussed in the chat box. For those who are in person, when it is time for public testimony, please approach the microphone here in the corner of the room. If you are an applicant, you're going to approach the desk. And if you have any exhibits that you wish to be attached to the case, PowerPoint presentation, maps, photos, etc., please have those ready on a jump drive and then email those to your planner when the meeting is done. If you are participating on Zoom, you will be able to share your screen to share any exhibits. If you are in person, please don't also be in the Zoom meeting. If there are multiple microphones on at once, that can cause some audio disruptions, and we want to minimize those negative feedback as much as possible. That's it, Mr. Vice Chair.
Great. Thanks, Anna. We look forward to hearing your case. Every project is important and unique. We want to make sure we address every docketed item with the attention it deserves, building consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. We believe we will reach that consensus by being brief yet heard, following the rules and procedures Anna just mentioned. Additionally, there are time limits for the cases, with 20 minutes for the applicant presentation and 2 minutes for public testimony when representing a single interest, or 5 minutes when representing an established organization, plus time for commission question and answer. For public testimony, those in the chamber will be called upon first, followed by those online. Anna will go ahead and begin with the consent docket, which we will take both items separately. Can you please introduce C1?
We have C1. This is case CLD Final Plat 2022-33. This is a request to approve a final plat in District MPD, which is the Master Planning Development and Zoning District, creating 2 lots to allow for 178-unit residential development within 35 buildings on about 36 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of North Ambassador Drive and Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway.
And are there any questions from the commission to city staff on docket item C1? Seeing none, is there any public testimony for C1?
No one has approached the microphone and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Great. If there's nothing from the applicant, nothing further from city staff or from the commission, I'll take a motion on docket item C1.
Vice Chair, I move to approve docket item C1 with conditions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item C1 with conditions. Could we please take a vote?
Arkin,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
C1 passes 5-0, and we'll go on to C2.
C2, this is case CD CPC 2024-53. This is a request to approve an MPD final plan in District MPD, which is the Master Plan Development District, to allow for the construction of a mixed-use development on about 2.12 acres, generally located at the intersection of East Riverfront Drive and Berkeley Parkway. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case.
All right. Good morning, Vice Chair Enders and fellow commissioners. This was requested to be pulled off the consent agenda to make a small correction to a condition that was placed by the Parks Department. And I have Mr. Richard Sanchez here from the Parks Department to also confirm. I will share my screen. This is docket item C2. It's CD CPC 2024-59. This is an MPD final plan for the core phase 2 apartments. This is located in the Berkeley Riverfront. The zoning is MPD. That's why you're seeing an MPD final plan. The site is directly north of the core phase 1 apartments. Here's a view looking south from the Grand Viaduct, also known as Berkeley Parkway. Berkeley Parkway is a boulevard. The applicant did receive variances from the Board of Zoning Adjustment to allow for this proposed design. Here are preliminary elevations. The applicant has continued working with City Planning and Development to focus on adding more details to the ground level of these elevations. The reason why this was pulled off the consent agenda again is a correction to condition number 21. 21 states it shall be based upon the 2024 acquisition rate for parkland dedication. It needs to state it shall be based upon the 2014 acquisition rate for parkland dedication. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Great. We'll move on to public testimony if there is any.
We had one individual raise their hand on Zoom, but they did not accept the promotion and lowered it. So I'm going to say there is none.
Great. If there's nothing further from staff or the commission, I'll take a motion on docket item C2, noting the correction to number 21.
Vice Chair, I move to approve docket item C2 with conditions and modification to item 21.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve docket item C2 with conditions, amending condition number 21 to read 2014 for the acquisition rate. Could we take a vote, please?
Arkin.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, C2 has been approved 5-0. Anna will now move on to any items on the regular agenda to be continued or dismissed.
We have two continuances. Docket item number 9. This is case CD MISC 2023-5. This is presenting an update on the implementation of the KC Spirit Playbook, which is the Kansas City Comprehensive Plan. After 1 year since the adoption, we are requesting continuance to July 3rd. And then docket item 10, this is case CD SUP 2024-15. That's a request to approve a special use permit for a parking lot expansion in District R6, which is a residential zoning district on about 17.1 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of Main Street and West 57th Street. And this is a continuance request to July 17th.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission on the continuances of docket items 9 and 10? Seeing none, is there any public testimony for the continuance of docket items 9 and 10?
Seeing none.
Great, I'll take a motion.
All right, Vice Chair, I move to continue docket item number 9 to July 3rd and docket item number 10 to July 17th.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to continue docket items 9 and 10. Could we take a vote, please?
Arkin.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, 9 and 10 have been continued to the dates that were previously mentioned, and we'll move to docket item number 1.
Docket item, you're still attached. Docket item number 1, this is case CD CPC 2024-19. This is a request to approve a development plan to allow for the construction of a hotel in District B3-3, which is a commercial zoning district on about 2.4 acres, generally located at Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway and Interstate 29. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant is online. He's been connected.
All right, good morning. This is case CD CPC 2024-00019 for 10,000 North Polo Drive. This is the general location of the subject property in the northwestern part of the city. Here is a zoom. I'm not sure.
Through your slides.
Wow. Okay. It is located in a B3-3 zoning district. Their proposal is for a 109 guest room hotel with amenities that include an outdoor patio, an eating area, a pool, gym, and the surface parking lot. The subject property is located along Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway, which I've highlighted in red. And just to clarify, north is to my left, just so I could fit more of the site plan on the screen. This section of Northwest Tiffany Springs is an established parkway in the major street plan, so they do have to comply with those parkway standards. The applicant is proposing 10 parking spaces, which are highlighted with yellow dots. Those are currently not in compliance with the parkway standards. The standards do not allow for parking to be located in the front yard or in the side yard. So this Tiffany Springs does count as that front yard. Staff has added a condition that they receive approval of a variance prior to starting development for this project.
Larissa, you're still not flipping through the slides.
Try again. Okay.
Try again.
Try again.
Sorry.
All right, does that work? Can you see it on Zoom? Okay. The applicant is proposing landscaping in compliance with the zoning and development code. There is a proposed future trail connection on the western side of the property. So they are also providing a connection that you can see here on the back of the building. The applicant worked with staff to update the structure to have four-sided architecture since it's highly visible from Interstate 29. They removed the excessive amount of blank walls and added some vertical articulation on all four sides. The applicant also revised their plans to include more transparency along the parkway. And they are also requesting a deviation to the maximum allowed building height. In this zoning district, they're only allowed to have a 55-foot tall building. They're requesting approval of a deviation for 60 feet. And here's a rendering of the proposed building. Here's a view from North Polo looking north. There are two accesses off of North Polo. They're existing. And then this is just the view from Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway and North Polo Drive. This is the view off of the I-29 off-ramp onto the site, and so you can see it is raised a little bit above grade. And with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission?
Yes. There was a public engagement meeting,
Yes.
and in the attachments, it's empty.
Yeah, if it's empty, there's normally someone who no one attended. Let me check. We have templates for the public engagement, and so that's what they use for people who attended. If
So
it's
no one
empty,
attended?
No one attended, correct.
And then to be clear, so staff is supportive of the 10 spots as outlined. And if BZA doesn't approve the variance, then it can be reworked.
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't want it, staff didn't want to rework it prior to,
The proposed amount of parking is excessive for what we require for this use. The applicant did state that it was less than what the hotel brand requires for its projects. And so with the 10 parking spaces less, I think I'll let the applicant explain a little more as to why they need them. If the BZA does not approve it, then it can get reworked. It was already reworked since the initial application. So it's improved.
great. Any other questions? All right, we'll move on to the applicant's presentation.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate the time today. Matt Kist here on behalf, Matt Kist with Kimley Horn, here on behalf of Mike Patel with Marquee Hospitality. If he's not in already, if we could promote Mike, and also Dylan Scott, he's with Type 6 Architecture. We don't have a presentation today. Just wanted to provide little bit of additional information on the project. As Larissa stated, we've been working with staff over the past few months to come up with a site plan that generally meets as many as the Parkway and Boulevard design standards. We've worked in close collaboration with Larissa to get her input. I think we've come to a pretty reasonable solution from both the building architecture perspective and also the site design. I know one of the comments or questions was about the parking counts. For a 109 room hotel, typically the goal is to have one parking stall per hotel room. We're a little bit below that. We've only got about 91 parking stalls on site. So one of the reasons that we're asking for that variance from the BZA is to keep that 91 parking stalls. If we're not able to get that variance through, then that'll reduce us down to about 85-ish parking stalls. So that's the little bit of explanation there. Again, we're happy to answer any further questions. We're supportive of staff's recommendation, and we're in agreement with the condition that are in the staff report before you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll move on to public testimony.
This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to participate in docket item number 1 to please raise their hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone. Seeing none.
Great, anything further from staff or the applicant?
Nothing from me.
Then if there's no discussion, I'll take a motion for docket item 1.
Vice Chair, I move to approve docket item number 1 with conditions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 1 with conditions. Could you please take a vote?
Arkin,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Docket item number 1 has been approved 5-0. Thank you for the project. We'll move on to docket item number 2.
Docket item number 2, this is case CD SUP 2024-17. This is a request to approve a special use permit in District M1-5, that's a manufacturing zoning district, to allow for general recycling, a facility on about 23 acres, generally located at 3005 Manchester Traffic Way. Justin Smith is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant is in the room with us.
Good morning, Vice Chair and fellow commissioners. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development.
Get my As stated, this is docket item number 14, CD SUP 2024-17. This is for Advantage Metal Recycling located at 3005 Manchester Traffic Way. The site is located just to the northwest of where I-35 and I-70 meet within the 3rd District, located within the boundaries of the Riverfront Industrial Area Plan. So here is the existing facility of Advantage Metal Recycling. So a general recycling facility requires a special use permit in an M1-5 district. They have a previously approved conditional use permit dating back to 2005, and that is case number 8194-A-3, which previously approved a general recycling facility and a landfill use. This was brought to our attention that it had lapsed when a current permit application was submitted to update their shredder facility. So it did allow, if you can see this kind of square right here, for a landfill only fluff that has since been capped and is no longer in use. So this is just for the recycling facility. They primarily recycle automotives. And in January 12th, 1999, this was approved for a period of 5 years. This is a view of the entrance looking north on Manchester Traffic Way, and a view looking south. Here is the current site plan. There'll be no additional buildings added. They're just updating their shredders. Here is a landscape plan sheet 2. Here's some of that existing berming. So staff just mainly wanted some trees put right there to kind of cover up those vehicles. Staff's recommendation is approval with conditions, and I can take any questions.
Any questions for city staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to the applicant's presentation.
I don't have a presentation. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. My name's Jason Manchester. I'm a regional operations manager with Advantage Metals Recycling.
Which condition are you talking about?
I believe it's number 1, that all applicable lots are a part of Advantage Metals Recycling be consolidated.
And I'll show those additional lots here.
So that is the recommendation, though, right?
That is a condition that I put on there, and I would be fine with a lot line adjustment. My concern was just it looks like there is some spillover of whatever the shredding of the automotives I would like to have on one lot. But you know, some of these additional lots, I don't think it's necessary to consolidate that whole thing.
So to be clear, the applicant is wanting one lot, or are you wanting separate lots?
We want to keep the lots as is. I think there may be a small amount of confusion if you go back to picture 1 more as you go through the lots. I'm sorry.
Oh,
okay. Next one. Next one. Next one. Oh. So the shredding operation is the shredding itself happens right here. So that is contained within one lot. It does not actually spill over onto the other. The other area you're talking about is our recovery plant which is why we're working on updating that to be able to get more metal out, but there's no shredding process that is occurring over that lot line. It's all in that one lot area.
What is the purpose of consolidating the lots?
It was mainly up here by the entrance where all the cars are parked. It was just to get the use all on one lot. So you don't have, cars parked across property lines.
But he owns all the property on the different property lines?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant?
And your reason for wanting to keep them separate is?
Just different business conditions. If we decide that some of the property is unused, so if in the future, if someone wanted to buy some of the property that we don't currently recycle on, to be able to do that. Like I said before, we also own all the utilities underneath, so that's not an issue anyways, as we put all those lines in ourselves.
I'm comfortable removing condition number 1 then.
It's only one remaining, correct?
Yes.
If there are no other questions at this time, we'll move on to public testimony.
This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 2 to please raise their hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone. Seeing none.
All right. If there are no further comments from the applicant or staff, then we'll go ahead and move on to a discussion. I too am completely fine removing number 1. I don't think it's an issue.
I agree.
Yep.
Okay. Ready for a motion?
Okay. Vice Chair, I move to approve docket item number 2 with conditions, removing condition 1 to consolidate all applicable lots.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 2 with conditions, removing condition number 1. Could we please take a vote?
Arkin,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Docket item number 2 has been approved unanimously. Thank you for the project. Good luck with it. And we're ready for docket item number 3.
And Vice Chair, I need to recuse myself from this one. So.
Docket item number 3, this is case CD CPC 2024-12. This is a request to approve a development plan to allow for the construction of a residential mixed-use building in District M1-5, which is an industrial zoning district, and D4-5, which is a commercial zoning district, on about 1.1 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of East 16th Street and Holmes Street. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant team is in the room with us.
Matt, he's with the applicant.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. One moment while I share my screen. As stated, docket item number 3 is for a residential mixed-use building development at 1525 Holmes Street. The site is generally located just outside of the downtown loop in the Crossroads District area. Here is the subject site highlighted in yellow. It is split zoned between B4-5 and M1-5, so fairly high intensity zonings. And then I also want to point out the lot just to the southeastern corner of the subject site, which is a city-owned property, which the applicant has entered into a lease agreement with to use for additional parking for this development. We have the site plan. In this orientation, north is to your right. So we have Truman Road is the northern boundary of the site. And the majority of the site will be covered with the building and associated parking, garage, and parking for the commercial uses that will be located in the building as well. We have the first two levels of the building here, you can see the commercial area in the southwestern corner, which will cover about 4,000 square feet. And due to the grade and the slope of this site, the parking garage will be accessible on the southern part from the alley to the east. And then as we move to the second story, the north side of the site is a higher grade. And so that is where you will enter into the parking. And then we have the exhibit of that leased lot for additional parking. I believe there will be 53 additional parking spaces there. And then some elevations of the site. There will be a total of approximately 184 residential units in the building. And this is the southern facade. So again, the commercial area. You can see the transparency, which will be along 16th Street. And then the front facade that will be on Holmes Road. The parking garage will be screened with a metal screening material as well as landscaping on Holmes. And then we have sort of the interior elevation. This is what's facing towards the alley. Again, we have the access to the parking garage through the alley on both the south and the northern portions of the lot. And we have sort of a mix of garage and then surface area parking. Then some street views of the site. You can see the downward slope here, and the existing building that's on the site will be demolished. And then the view looking south to north here, this is where that commercial area will be located. And then this is the view of the city-owned lot that will be turned into additional parking, and the alley where the parking garage for the building will be located. And staff recommends approval subject to conditions for this project, and I can take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for city staff? What's the duration of the lease that the city requires initially for a project like this?
We'll defer to the applicant on the contracts for that.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Great. We'll move on to the applicant.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and Commissioners. Michael Collins, CEO and founder of Grayson Capital. To answer your question directly, it's a 10-year plus 10-year lease on the southeast property that the city currently owns. No lease on the property that we're building upon.
Yep. Thanks. And would you like to share a little bit more about the project?
Sure. We'll be very brief. We don't have a prepared presentation besides this is focused on a transit-oriented development. This will integrate a transit connection with the Troost BRT system. We also have bike share, EV car share, and storage. And again, we will be working with Kansas City Area Transit Authority or Transportation Authority for an integrated transit connection there on their BRT system along the line.
And can you provide a little bit more information about timeline, anticipated rents, and anything else?
I did not have the anticipated rents. We do have the, so to address that directly on the city ordinance and under our development agreement, we did have 20% at 60% AMI. That was agreed upon when we purchased the property from the city. So we are adhering to the ordinance on that for 20% of the total units out of the 184 units. And the timeline is it will be 16 months total to have it completely developed, including the southeast corner of the garage.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up to public testimony.
Okay, this is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony to please raise their hand now on Zoom or approach the microphone. Docket item number 3. Seeing none?
Great. One question for staff. I feel like building aesthetics are so subjective. I feel like it's a good looking building. I feel as though sometimes we see buildings that have this amount of consistency and staff asks for more variation, staff felt good about the aesthetics of the building?
There is a condition actually that the applicant continue to work with staff on the design elements. That was a comment from long range planning. I know it has, this particular building has more of a industrial feeling, which does align with some of the buildings. One of the comments from long range planning was to perhaps incorporate some more artistic elements, murals, color here and there. So that's just a condition that we will continue to have those conversations at the time of building permit when the final elevations are reviewed.
Was that condition number 6?
Correct.
Okay. So relatively loose. Cool.
Question, one question, not which elevation is that? The east elevation, that's all EFS
I believe that is
or
metal
panel?
panels.
Oh, it's metal panel?
Metal
Okay.
panel.
I was going to say that's a lot of EFS.
Which I can think off the top of my head. I know there's another apartment down like at 18th and Locust that has some similar materials on it.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't see the note for metal panel.
All right. If there are no further questions or discussion, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I move to approve docket number 3 with conditions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 3 with conditions. Could we take the vote, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Docket item number 3 has been approved unanimously. Thank you for the project and good luck with it. We are now ready for docket items 4.1 and 4.2.
Docket item 4.1, this is case CD CPC 2024-59. This is a request to approve a rezoning from District R7.5 to District R1.5. Those are both residential zoning districts on about 4.7 acres, generally located at Martha Truman Road and Warnell Road. 4.2 is case CD SUP 2024-20. This is a request to approve a special use permit in the proposed District R1.5 to allow for a group living for a university on about 4.7 acres, generally located at Martha Truman Road and Warnell Road. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with these cases, and the applicant team is in the room with us.
All right. Good morning, Vice Chair Enders, fellow commissioners. Andrew Clark, City Planning and Development in the Development Management Division. And I will share my screen. As Anna stated, you are now hearing docket items 4.1 and 4.2. The first case is CD CPC 2024-59, which is a rezoning without plan. The second item, 4.2, is CD SUP 2024-20. This is a special use permit for group living. This is for Avila University at 12100 Warnell Road. The site is located in the southwest quadrant of the city, and it is in the 6th Council District. You can see the site outlined in yellow here. It's about 4.7 acres. The zoning is currently R-7.5. The applicant is proposing a zoning of R-1.5, which matches the recommended land use for the Red Bridge area plan. And the existing structure has been vacant since early 2024. Here's a view looking south on Warnell Road. It's important to see on the left side of your screen a fairly new sidewalk that was constructed. The Public Works Department, as stated in my staff report, will be constructing a pedestrian crossing for the students to safely get to the other side of Warnell Road and safely get to campus. Here's a view looking west on Warnell Road. Here's the overall site plan. The applicant's not proposing any exterior changes to the existing structures. Staff did ask for some striping to be put in the parking lot and a speed bump since we're going from senior living to graduate students. I believe some traffic calming might be required. And just identifying where pedestrians should walk. Highlighted in yellow is one correction Public Works has asked for, is that a sidewalk is constructed to the interior of the site to connect with the crossing that Public Works will be paying for and constructing. As I mentioned, this rezoning does comply with the Red Bridge area plan. It recommends residential high density. So now the zoning does match the land use recommendation. You're also hearing a special use permit. The R75 zoning does not allow group living. R1-5 does allow group living with the approval of a special use permit. And the definition of group living includes examples of fraternities, sororities, convents, monasteries, nursing homes, which staff's interpretation of the code would include dormitories. The group living shall comply with 88-350 of the Zoning and Development Code, where each resident shall have at least 500 square feet of lot area. As you can see, the math below, this would allow for a maximum of 409 residents to be located at this site. Staff's recommendation is approval without conditions for the rezoning, case 59, and case CDSUP 2420. Staff is recommending approval with conditions that a correction shows the sidewalk being moved to the north side of the drive and be revised on the site plan before going to the Board of Zoning Adjustment on July 10th. And that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you. Any questions for city staff?
Yeah, there was a mention about traffic calming. Is that a condition? Is that?
No, the applicant put a speed bump
Okay.
at the drive. They were okay with that.
Perfect.
If there are no other questions, we'll welcome the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Patricia Jensen with the Restaurants Law Firm, here today on behalf of Avila University. And with me as a representative of Avila University is Mr. Greg Lever. I'm just going to give you the background behind this. Avila has been very good across the country. There are colleges that are losing enrollment, but Avila has been very good about making sure that their campus continues to grow. We've got about, we'll have in excess, we'll have up to 500 students. We'll work with those numbers coming to Avila University. They're graduate level students. They're international students. We need a place for those students to live. This site became vacant in January of this year. It used to house a nursing home, and that was permitted in the R7.5 district. So we have worked with staff on the schedule to make sure that we're in a position to accept our new residents at the end of July of this, a little over a month from now, as they come into the United States to get their education from Avila University. And we appreciate working with staff. We worked with the Public Works Department to make sure that those students can safely cross Warnell Road. That was a comment we received at our public engagement meeting, is it's not only going to benefit the students, but it's going to benefit all the residents in the area because they are concerned when they have to cross Warnell Road. We're in agreement with the conditions that are listed in your staff report, and we would respectfully request that you recommend approval of both cases subject to the conditions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
So are you doing anything to the building, or you just leaving it
Not
like
to the exterior, no.
no? So 173 dorms.
Units are in there, and they will house multiple students.
And it's not only for international students, right?
It's international. They are international students coming in. Yes.
There is a small chance that we will have other graduate students that are domestic, but the main purpose of this is for the great influx of international students coming.
Was there substantial rework needed based upon the layout on?
No.
No, it's
no. This site is really ideal for the needs, and it's so close to Avila.
God has graced us, no doubt.
All right, if there are no further questions for the applicant, we'll move to public testimony.
This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 4 to please raise their hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone. Seeing none.
Great. If there's nothing further from the applicant team or from city staff, then we can move to discuss docket items 4.1, 4.2, noting that we do need to add a condition number 6 that the interior sidewalk be shown on the revised site plan prior to BZA. I just want to note, since I'm often paying attention to and critical of timing, it's nice to see a project be filed April 24th, and despite the city hall technical issues, to see a project come through this quickly. So appreciate everyone working so diligently on it and making it easy for hopefully easy for the applicant.
Can you restate the condition that you were wanting to add to that?
I think it's adding condition number 6 or correction.
It can be a condition.
Condition number 6, noting the interior sidewalk on the revised site plan prior to BZA.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve docket item 4.1 without conditions and 4.2 with conditions stated, with the addition of condition number 6 to show the interior sidewalk on the plans prior to BZA.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket items 4.1 without conditions and 4.2 with conditions, noting the addition of condition number 6. Can we please take a vote?
Arkin.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Halia.
Aye.
4.1 and 4.2 have been approved unanimously. Thank you for the project and good luck.
Thank you for your time.
Honor, we are now ready for docket item number 5.
Docket item number 5. This is case CD CPC 2024-55. This is a request to approve an amendment to the major street plan to change the street typology designation of Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway from a parkway to a local link between I-29 highway and on the east and Hampton Avenue on the west. Olafuk Baji is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant team is in the room with us.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Olafuk Baji, City Planning and Development. I'll be handling this next docket item number 5, which is case number CD CPC 2024000055. This is a request for amendment to the major street plan. And prior to starting my staff report, I did reissue, or my presentation, I reissued a staff report yesterday following my initial issue on June 14th to delete a certain statement within the staff report that referenced administrative regulation policy that's now been codified that required the major street plan process to go through the TDC, Transportation and Development Committee. So that's been removed pending further discussions. All right, the request before you is to amend the major street plan on Northwest Tiffany Spring Parkway to change the street typology designation from parkway to local link. And again, the area described is from approximately I-29 on the east to Northampton Avenue on the west. Again, the area in question is located to the northeast part of the city, just out of the airport. Again, this is the area. And again, the 2 arrow kind of shows the area that's been proposed to be changed. And the major street plan, as you see, shows it going through as a parkway. And I'll go through a quick background on this. Back in actually last year, June of last year, the City Council approved the development, which is at Tiffany Springs Logistics Center. Rezoning it from B3-3 and M2-3 to M2-3, and approve a development plan that allowed for 3.7 million square feet of office warehouse space. And this is supposed to be done in 3 phases on 7 lots. And that's the current approved plan in its shape, not the one that's stamped. And part of that, when this came through CPC on May 16th, staff and the CPC recommended that an accompanying area plan amendment be filed with this, which they did, and CPC did approve it on May 16th. And then as a result of that, this was then approved. CPC did approve the area plan, the major street plan amendment on June 6th. The approval of the development plan was May 16th, subject to a condition that we do the amendment. And as a result, both the area plan, the major street plan amendment, the rezoning, and the development plan went to council and was approved June 13th. And that's the ordinance that approved that. So following that, the applicant then went to the BZA and received, I think, 3 variances, one on August 8th and 2 more on December 12th for each phase of the development. And those variances were to the setbacks for the Boulevard and Parkway standards, and all the variances were granted as requested. So I'm not going to go into detail of the variance, but they did receive variance for those. So the request before you, and this is the document provided by the applicant, is to change the roadway designation from Parkway to Local Link. And there was nothing further stated in that request besides just the change of designation. So a quick history on the amendment within this area to the major street plan, and I'm just sticking to this alone. So November of 2022, this was put to the vote of the people, and this segment was removed from the system as a parkway with the intent of coming back and realigning it. And then we did amend that major street plan to realign it, subject to staff's recommendation, so as to not impact existing development. So, and CPC did recommend approval, and eventually this was approved by ordinance June 13th, along with the development plan. So on April 15th, the applicant filed an application, and this time now is to change the designation or the typology. And I also want to say that when we did that review back on June 6th, CPC, and then eventually June 13th to City Council, staff did recognize that there is no, and I can read this verbatim, the Zoning and Development Code does not have specific review criteria for major street plan amendment. So staff sent out public notice and advertised a request to inform affected owners. In reviewing the proposal realignment, this was for the initial one done last year. Staff looked at this 4 criteria, which was also part of my staff report, part of the presentation at City Council. And criteria 1 say was conflict with existing development uses. In this case, there was 1 because the alignment was going directly to IDECA asphalt plant, and we're able to then change the alignment to bisect that. And the other one was conflict with sensitive environmental natural resources, regulated stream, riparian vegetation, floodplain, and floodway. So we're able to take the new alignment of Tiffany Springs Parkway to then align it to a less impactful location where it has the least impact on both the stream buffer, the floodplain, and all the other environmental areas. And the third one was proximity to city-owned property to avoid purchase of right-of-way or condemnation. So what we did was we swung it to go into the land owned by KCI, by the airport, which now minimized the need for acquisition in the future. And then the final one was maintaining connectivity to the overall network. This was the criteria we used to review the alignment of this segment of Tiffany Spring Parkway, and staff recommended approval, and we went forward to do that. So today's request before you is that they would like to change the street typology from Parkway to local link. And this street typology map, as shown on the major street plan, and I can read this, so I'll just go down to what I highlighted. So besides that, the highlight says the map also shows parks as connecting parks is the essential functions of parkways. So parkways essentially says they connect to other parks. And I'll go on down. And again, this is the segment being requested to be amended. So this is an excerpt directly from the major street plan showing the picture of what a parkway, both the profile and the standards of those, both the width, road, and all different segments of it. So the typical context is connecting the city parks, and parkways are less formal in alignment, following natural terrain, augment with both formal and informal features. So, and again, it goes down to say, parkway have a boulevard typology and currently goes on. And then when we go to local link, the proposed typology they want to go to specifically says, typical context says connecting neighborhoods and services. So it's a local link. So the intent of this is to serve residential traffic to and from destinations, linking neighborhoods and services, encourage walkability and multimodal transportation, and this carry moderate level of traffic in a way that is compatible with bicycle and foot traffic. So just remember both of those, existing and proposed. So again, staff also still recognizes that there is no formal process and procedure outlined in the zoning and development code for amending the major street plan. Actually, the only thing mentioned in the code is 88, 810, 810, and it just down at the bottom, it says the plan may be amended, added thereto, or otherwise refined by the subdivision plating process or by the Plan Commission and City Council. So it gives the authority to Plan Commission and City Council, but there's no formal process that's been designated to follow. So with that said, I'm going to give you the parks that are connected to this by this network of parkways. So I'm going to start on the east. On the east, you have Hodge Park, and also we have Shoal Creek Golf Course on Shoal Creek Parkway that then extends through and goes all the way north, past, and goes to connect to Angorny Park on Maplewood Parkway and Shoal Creek Parkway. And then it goes westward down to what is Line Creek, connecting to Platte Purchase Park. And then it goes down Platte Purchase Park. Also, you know, we have the Twin Creek Soccer Complex, now Athletic Complex. Line Creek extends down to that. And then staying on that, if we go eastwards now on Tiffany Spring Parkway, where it originates, we go to Tiffany Greens Golf Course. Even though private, it's still a green park and golf. And then eventually goes across 29 to terminate at Mark L. McHenry Park on the west. So again, this is the network that this section that's been proposed to be removed connects to, from all the way from the east, Shoal Creek Parkway, all the way to Tiffany, Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway. So overall, staff feels that we want to maintain connectivity of the overall street networks as shown on the major street plan. We want to keep that. The Parkway, again, I just went through this, so I'm not going to repeat myself. The Parkway typology links Hodge Park all the way down to Mark McHenry Park on the west. Local link designation and typology is not suitable for this segment as shown on the major street plan. If you recall, it says for neighborhood connecting to services, and it's not suitable for an area of this size and location. So in conclusion, staffs think that we needed a broader notification, public engagement, and due process to ensure that the entire properties affected by this change are involved. I also failed to mention that this area being proposed for change is about 3.5 miles, give or take, between 3.1, 3.5 miles. And for a reference, last June, if you recall, we did an amendment to Line Creek Parkway from Northwest Berry Road down to Northwest Wacomis, when they had proposed to change the designation, and staff, both city planning, public works, and Parks and Rec worked with the applicant. This was for Kempton Falls. We worked the applicant to change the profile and did a special segment for that segment, and then we kept the parkway. And this is the ordinance that approved that, even though this is not related, but this came through Plan Commission, and we did argue to keep the parkway and change the segment and profile and just the layout of the street. The street width was reduced because of the riparian vegetation going through Line Creek to reduce the impact on that. And we reduced the street, reduced the profile, changed what was being proposed through there. With that, staff's recommendation is for denial, as this will create a hole in the network system as shown on the major street plan. Now take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for city staff?
So the last case that you cited, is that because essentially you're saying there's other ways to handle this rather than changing it to a link?
That's correct.
Okay. And has that conversation been had with the applicant?
Olafur, can you give us a sense of, since there's a lot of anticipated construction development in this area, and there is no street currently, what we can anticipate the experience of that road to be like? So for example, north of this area, if I'm on Street View and just look at some of the larger facilities, it's not a great experience in terms of like the aesthetics of driving through it. So I understand the intent. If we're trying to create a beautiful parkway, based upon the existing development that's been approved, based upon the setbacks, the screening, et cetera, can you give us a sense of what the area is going to look like? And what I'm getting at is that I would hate to maintain a parkway standard if this is going to be transformed into an area that is very industrial, lots of trucks, and if you're going to see huge buildings left and right. But if it's something where we have significant setbacks, lots of berming, lots of screening, and it can be this beautiful green drive, then I'd be more inclined to maintain it, to create the connectivity. Are you able to speak to the development that's been approved and what that experience will be like from the road?
From this segment, are you talking the Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway in particular? The only approved development stops right. I think it's a hotel and Golden Corral. West of that, there's no development, and all the way up to the park, there's no development. So
at the beginning of your staff report, one of the plans that you showed when the road was realigned, wasn't that approved development on this? Yeah, is that?
This is the current approved development. So this is what's coming. And again, this is the hotel and this is Golden Corral.
So that's what you were just talking about.
Yeah, so Golden Corral on the south, and then the hotel, Golden Corral on the north, hotel on the south, and then the steakhouse. So everything stops at Golden Corral. So this is all new and proposed. So in order to accommodate this, we realigned the major street plan to then. The first thing they did was they went and got that segment of the parkway removed from the system by vote of the people. And then they came and we approved this with the understanding that this can still go through. Whether this should be a parkway or something else, we have not had that discussion, but going to a local link, which does not serve any neighborhood either, is not it. So there are other things that we can discuss, but we've not had the opportunity to do.
Sorry, you might have lost me on part of it. So as this is currently approved, that road will not be parkway standards.
They did get all the variances from the parkway and boulevard standards.
Okay.
So they received all the necessary variances. So this development can move on as approved today.
Okay, and so it'll still be technically a parkway with variances.
Yes.
Okay.
And so I think this move is to not come back for variances in the future.
And then I appreciate the charts that show us the difference between the local link and Parkway, and fully understand why local link might not be the appropriate path either. And my assumption, which we'll let the applicant speak in a moment, but my assumption is that it's a compromise between Parkway and something different. Is there something that's more appropriate if this area is to, or could you speak to the long range plan and if this area is supposed to be manufacturing, warehousing, et cetera, and then what roadways we would expect to be typical of that sort of zoning?
Long range, I believe we're going to go with M1 because this current zoning is M, so it'll be more industrial in nature. And I think when we get to industrial, we do thoroughfares and major streets other than local link. So yeah,
sure.
It'll be something, but not a local link. So yeah, I agree.
Okay.
And if I go to this, you'll probably be, it'll be thoroughfare, I want to say. And then the lane will be described, whether it's, I think, 2 lanes or 4 lanes.
Mm.
I apologize if this is a stupid question, but I'm not really understanding what the difference between the Parkway and the local link is. What is the change?
The Parkway, as I mentioned, connects parks to parks.
Right.
And that's one of the Parkway. And the Parkway has different requirement in the width. I have Richard Allen from Parks and Rec here, the assistant director, so he can elaborate more on the Parkway and the boulevards. I also have the city engineer here who will give you the specific insight.
Great. And could you pull up the 2 charts again? And really quickly, I just want to make a note on them. So essentially, if you look at the green span in the middle, it shows, the amount of median that you need, requirements for the median, requirements for the width of the roadway. So if you picture a very classic Parkway, Ward Parkway, large median, very treed. And then if you switch to the local link, your median's a lot closer, your cars are a lot closer, that median's a lot smaller.
Commissioner, it might be worth noting too that the current topology of the street, or the current snapshot of the street, does look more like a local link. There is no median in the approved plans, and the approved redesignation, or the approved designation as a parkway, does not follow the current what's shown in the major street plan. This was worked out with park staff when we changed to something other than what was shown on the green slide that Alofu had previously shown.
And then if city staff wants to continue explaining the.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Richard Allen, Deputy Director. Just kind of want to give a few comments. The Boulevard and Parkway system dates back to 1893. It is what defines Kansas City. It's important to protect the older Boulevard and Parkway systems, as well as protecting right-of-way that was set aside for future parkways and boulevard systems. And from our park board does find it very important that that they protect the historic links as well as the future links. And then, as Alofu stated, these parkways tied communities together as ribbons of green, truly taking parks to people. On this one is, our testimony would be that we support planning's recommendation that the typology does not change from a parkway to a local link. And originally this right-of-way was set aside for 120 feet. The idea is this gone to the park board, and the idea that it would just be realigned. And our recommendation is that we keep it a parkway. We think the parkway can work with the proposed development based on the new street profile that is there. The difference is the Boulevard and Parkway standards require certain setbacks from the right-of-way. So a parkway, you would have setback requirements of 150 feet. for parking, buildings, and then you're allowed to even get closer to 75 feet. But on a local link, they would be able to build up to the right-of-way line with the parking and buildings. And so today, just want to say that our recommendation would be that we keep the parkway typology, and we think that we're able to work with the developer into, having a parkway feel, and then also achieving what they're trying to accomplish. And having this gap in the system would not be good. Just imagine Ward Parkway with a mild gap where it's a local link or the Paseo. And we're planning for the future, not for now. But that's my statement, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
If the developer has obtained variances for the current status of the road, denying this, what effect does that have on?
I'm going to let somebody else answer that question.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was a development that had already been approved for a specific part that I don't know if it's included in or just adjacent to the rest of the section. So in theory, future development could ask for the same variances. It seems like what staff would like is you maintain the designation of parkway and you take it on a case-by-case basis and allow variances as needed. So the road could end up continuing to look exactly as it does, as that was proposed. Yeah, does that answer it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, was there anyone else that you wanted to speak?
No, that's
okay.
Unless you have questions.
I have further questions, but I would like to get the applicant kind of, or,
yeah.
sorry,
let's
yeah,
go ahead.
sorry, yeah.
Good morning, commissioners. Nice to meet you. My name is Nicholas Bostonetto, city engineer with Public Works. Just wanted to let you know that we are in the process of updating the major street plan. Public Works is simply because it's with Vision Zero and complete streets and so many new developments and so many new policies. The major street plan is a little bit outdated. If you notice in the typologies, there isn't a typology for industrial areas. So you kind of pick and choose. Public Works and Parks, we work together all the time. We have a lot of respect for the parkway system. I live on the Paseo myself. The boulevards are wonderful in the densely residential urban areas. However, Public Works feels like this road is really, there's a couple issues. If you could go to the map, the issues we have with this being a parkway, as you see here, you have I-435 over here and I-29. And then here's the airport. This whole area in the area plan is designated for industrial use. You got the airport runway right there. It's never going to be residential, I don't think. So what's going to happen is this whole area is going to be developed with industrial logistics, which is nothing but trucks. And what happens is now you're going to be connecting I-435 to I-29, and that's all going to be logistics, industrial. It's all going to be truck traffic. If you look at the parkway standards, trucks are prohibited on parkway boulevards. So that's where we're coming from. Public Works feels like we should change this over to another arterial roadway. 150 feet right away is a little bit too much, and also the nature of the development there is going to be industrial. You're not going to have residential, so we just felt like it was a better option to change it over to some kind of arterial roadway that facilitates a lot of truck traffic. So Public Works is in support of changing it. Thank you.
I have a question of my own. So with some of the parkways around Kansas City, right, there's not just land use around it that we're talking about, with this being an industrial use. But if you look at some of the parkways like the Paseo, like Ward Parkway, there's programming in the actual park space. And even if it's not like an actual park that's inhabited, there's sometimes like aesthetic features like statues and fountains and whatnot. So I guess my question is, with this, is there anything planned for that space?
I think, and then also I wanted to say that this section of Parkway can be signed to allow trucks to be on it. So, but there are other sections of Parkway that, trucks are prohibited. And then I think, the large green right away, and it's not that large. A lot of our parkways are 200-foot wide. This is only 120 feet wide. And so the opportunities there to have adequate trees on both sides, and then also with the heat island effect, and you have buildings, you have parking lots, the wider green space is going to be better for the environment. The more green space is going to collect more water. I mean, these are goals that we're trying to accomplish. And there's opportunity to have artwork or other ornamental features along this section. So,
But there's none currently planned.
it's up to the developer on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there are no other questions for city staff, we'll move over to the applicant's presentation.
Good morning. This is Roxanne Koch with Polsinelli representing the applicant, Tiffany Springs Logistics. With me today is one of our associates, Jim McClure, and then also Will Block, who's with the Tiffany Logistics developer for this particular site. Want to, again, thank you for the time this morning. I'm going to just add a little bit as to the history and what really brought us here today as from a developer perspective. And then I'm going to turn that over to Jim to walk you through more of our presentation. So once we had the development plan approved, we then needed to take a deep dive into the actual parkway standards. You may recall that the development plan was recommended for approval by this body to the city council, and then approved by the city council, both with the condition that we need to go seek the BZA variances. So we spent quite a bit of time digging into how do you actually interpret the parkway standards, especially in an industrial environment. We spent a very long time working with staff, both parks, city planning, and got several different interpretations of the same language. We finally reached, even after we filed the application to the BZA, there was still discussions right up until that moment in time with regard to what do you do with these particular standards? How are they to be interpreted? How are they to be applied? Once we actually got to the BZA and were presenting the case. And one of the other things, let me back up for just a moment. One thing to make sure that everybody does understand is that your BZA variances only apply specifically to, number one, what is granted. If there's any shift whatsoever, you may not meet those BZA variances that you need. So these are spec buildings. Most industrial is built as spec. As a user comes in, there might be a slight adjustment that's needed. You could go and get your administrative adjustment, but you can't get an administrative adjustment as it relates to BZA. So you go back through that process for BZA. BZA variances only last for 2 years. When you're talking about a development of this size, it's got 5 phases, I believe, is what it has, this particular development. It's going to take a very long time to develop this site out. Oftentimes, time is of the essence when you're trying to market spec buildings and when somebody comes along and they're ready to go. So going through that BZA process is time consuming. It's also, again, unclear, these variances. Once we determined what variances we needed, although there were only 3 cases that we came forward with. We came forward first with 1 case. That was in August of last year. And then we came forward with 2 more cases. August covered everything on the north. Then when we got to everything on the south, we were told we needed to break that up into 2 separate cases, presented at the same time. The combination of those 3 cases, it's well over 15 variances that we needed to seek. That ranged from a multitude of various different things. During the discussion at BZA, and of course we had to describe what does the area look like, right? What is the bulk of this particular area? And again, Jim is going to go through that and walk through that here in just a moment, looking at what's happening to to the east of us, which all was developed before the Parkway standards were in place. And looking at what we really think is going to happen based on the industrial use. This is KCI. It will be nothing other than industrial. The question came up, not really from us, but from other policymakers. Why is this a parkway? Should this really be a parkway? That's when we were like, maybe somebody has caught on to something. Should this really be a parkway? And that is, once we got all of it through our variances, and really in the midst of those variance discussions, is when we started the conversation with staff. And by the way, and we've had these conversations for quite a long time with both the city planning staff, with the park staff, and with Public Works. So I think that's really important to understand, is that these discussions have been going on since last fall, before 2023. And again, I think, the difference between a local link, a parkway, and again, we will show what has been approved for this street. It's not going to have your grassy knoll median. That's already been decided. And we're not breaking a link. You'll see, again, Jim will show you where there are local links that break up a parkway through the system that bring parks to parks. So this is not going to be a unique circumstances. What's unique and what really needs to be addressed here is the fact that this is all industrial. Does it really make sense? And for developers to have to come back every 2 years to get their BZA variances updated and to take that time and energy to do that. So I'm going to turn this over now, unless anybody has any immediate questions for me. I'd like to turn this over to Jim right now and walk you through our presentation. And then ultimately, again, Will is here to answer questions about what it really means from an economic development standpoint, and how much really economic development that we're losing as a result of the parkway standards being in place.
Commissioners, thank you so much for having us here today. Again, my name is Jim McClure. What we're requesting, what we're requesting is the redesignation of Tiffany Springs Parkway. This shows you what the character of the neighborhood that surrounds this development is. All of the purple area.
Sorry to interrupt. The screen isn't being shared on
Oh,
Zoom.
so I'll look for if you could assist.
Share.
Wonderful. And so as you can see, this is the character of the neighborhood. The character of the neighborhood, the purple area here is KCI. This all allows industrial developments, industrial uses. You can see a good portion of the area surrounding the Boulevard and Parkway here is also zoned M2-3. You can see our site outlined in red here, but it has a very large commercial use in the surrounding areas. And then right along the proposed parkway is that asphalt plant. So that will be right along where the Boulevard and Parkway. I don't believe that it is exactly determined where the parkway will go after our property ends. There is no more right of way that is currently held by the city or Parks Department. It is just shown on the major street plan. The intent and the purpose of the current location, as Olofu stated, was to keep the area onto city property, so they didn't have to acquire as much from other developers in the area and privately owned property. And Another thing that is proposed to be in that area to the west of the development is the solar farm, which is an industrial, or it's in the industrial use category, and would take up a good portion of what is shown along that boulevard and parkway. So it's not that you're going to have a large park system or other large area that you would want to bring in other people. There's other solar issues, solar panels to be shown. These are the current owners. So currently it is our property along the change. There's IDECR and RPK, which is where the asphalt plant is shown. And then the remainder of the property that's owned, where the parkway is owned by the city. This is the KCI area plan. As you can see along the parkway, again, it is all shown for commercial and industrial. And then along KCI, again, is for commercial uses, commercial and industrial uses. And this was put in place back in 2009 and remains so currently. To point out a couple of other pieces that were discussed, there are a few other businesses that are around this area, the commercial. So there's I believe it's a residential, a hotel, and a Cracker Barrel that's up in this area. None of those properties actually comply with certain provisions of the Boulevard and Parkway standards, and are existing prior to the enactment of, or the adoption of the ordinance with the Boulevard and Parkway standards. And then just off to the side over here is the other development you heard earlier today, which also needed adjustments from the Boulevard and Parkway standards. So the standards are difficult to work with. They are hard, and they're not really designed to incorporate heavier industrial uses, heavier uses such as industrial uses. The parkway, as Alofu showed, does run quite a ways. It is designated as a parkway all the way through the proposed changes, up and along. But you can see that Tiffany Springs Parkway actually does change to a local link once you get past Platt Park, and then eventually hooks up to Shoal Creek Parkway. There are many residential developments in this area that are serviced by these local links. And up in here, there's new developments. There's the golf course that's up in here as well, which has a large residential development, and another residential development coming out off of Skyview, all serviced by local links, connecting them to being able to connect to parks. There's no reason that a local link or another option, if Public Works would like it designated something other words, but a thoroughfare or something other than a parkway, but there is no reason these residents couldn't be served. The only residential development that is near our property is located down in this corner, and would be much quicker to get on the highway, jump down 152 and up into the boulevard or up into the park, as opposed to driving up through on North Amity and then over near the airport. So this area very easily could be serviced with a local link. The topology is more of the actual roadway is more aligned with that of a local link. This is what was approved in our plan for a streetscape plan. So it's one lane each direction with a center turn lane with some grassy areas, a trail, and a sidewalk. This shows the amount of grassland that is required. So the area on this side of the red line shows the area that would be right of way, currently shown on that street plan. And then this is the amount of extra grass area that would be required under the Boulevard and Parkway standards, with some berming, but not a ton of berming. It should cover the vehicles parked, but the buildings will be still visible from the parkway. I'm happy to address any questions or allow.
Yeah, let me just add a couple of things, and certainly Mr. Bassonetto is here to speak further on behalf of the Public Works staff and that department. But we did have discussions about the if not the parkway, then what should it be? And so we did not make that decision on our own to say local link versus a thoroughfare versus any other type of street. And so I just wanted to add to that. I didn't state that earlier, but that was in discussion with Public Works. I would say the applicant isn't dead set necessarily on a local link. But again, getting back to everything that is within that 150 feet of the parkway is subject to those parkway standards. And that's truly what brings us here today before you.
What's the setback for local link, and is a median required for a local link?
No median. No, is not required for a local link. I can go back and look at it before I answer erroneously. Setback will be based on the zoning of each development.
So just to clarify, the variances of the existing or the to-be-built stuff, that was the applicant as well, right?
Yes. So the development plan that was approved.
It was like 5 buildings or 6 buildings?
So there are 5 buildings that sit right now under that plan along the parkway, 3 to the north and 2 to the south as planned. And with all of those buildings, there were a total of approximately 15, maybe it was even more, variances that we had to obtain.
Do you recall the setbacks for those?
Yeah, so the setbacks of most of the buildings, actually, we push them back behind the 150-foot line. There's one particular, and the part of the reason for that is one of the requirements of a parkway. And if I misstate this, I know that my associate is going to correct me on this. But one of those requirements is to have a certain amount of transparency, of the glass, which really does not. It makes it development of an industrial building very difficult. One of those buildings, which is the one that's furthest to the east, is within that 150-foot setback piece. So one of the things we had to do there is actually obtain a variance for the level of transparency that we have on that building. So that was one of them. But right now, we worked very hard to try to get way behind that 150-foot setback so that we would minimize the amount of variances. We were shocked when we really dug into the parkway standards as to how many variances we really were going to need. So, it's much more intense than initially meets the eye as to the level of variances that are required. It also substantially reduces the amount of development that can happen through this entire corridor. So I think from a ultimate planning standpoint, yes, those are things for consideration as to how this area was intended to be developed and whether or not the parkway in and of itself and the standards conflict with the intended uses for development.
So question, maybe this is for staff. So we've provided variances for all of this existing development. Is there not a way to apply those variances to the rest of it and keep it as a parkway?
Yeah. So to apply those variances going forward
for a stretch of
for the entire stretch. Staff may correct me. I don't believe that's the case.
No.
Okay.
And so the reason for this is it's taking too long to get the variances, or it's too much, red tape, or what?
And I'll let Will address that as well, but it's a combination of those things. I do want to point out again, one other thing. Truck traffic, again, under the code, is not allowed on a parkway. I would like to find the language in the code where it says that they could allow it. Right now, the way the code is written, you cannot have truck traffic on a parkway.
Good morning, Will Block with Block Real Estate Services, representing Tiffany Springs Logistics, LLC. The reason that BZA variances don't necessarily work for what we want to do here is they're only for 2 years, with I think the option of a short extension thereafter. The buildings that we will build will take 10 plus years. There's 7 buildings here, just over 3.5 million square feet. Each of those buildings is a very large project for us, a very large project for Kansas City. I think you're familiar with the Ace Hardware north of the airport that was just completed. That's a big project. There were probably many changes to that project along the way that would have taken separate BZA variance processes to get approved. It's not conducive to the type of development these buildings would prompt to have BZA variances sort of handcuffing the process along the way. It would limit our marketing efforts and our ability to promote this site as a primary spot for industrial use of this type. I think if you take a step back and you analyze the context of the neighborhood, you have the airport, you have the asphalt plant, which I don't think would be compliant if the parkway were to continue beyond our property. You have the solar farm. We want to be good partners with the city there. But I think if you were to put yourself on Word Parkway and take away some of those really nice historic homes there and replace them with those uses, I'm not sure that we would feel Word Parkway belonged in that spot. So it's a bit difficult to place the parkway with those surrounding uses. We want to develop this to the highest and best use we can, given the zoning that's called for here by the city. But, you know, I'm not sure that 40 years ago when this was identified as a parkway, those uses were necessarily in mind. So we want to make sure that those are conducive to work together.
Any other questions for the applicant before we open it up to public testimony?
I have one question for staff. So if we go with the parkway, then we need to change the wording to allow trucks to be on the.
I think the Deputy Director of Parks and Rec did say that it can be signed to allow truck on that segment.
Oh.
So for now, trucks can be allowed. Again, the timing is probably one of the, and I'll have the Deputy Director come and attest to that. Roxanne is shaking her head. So the Deputy Director of Parks and Rec says trucks will be allowed.
We would appreciate a code site for that. It would be helpful.
Does that exist elsewhere in the city? Or
No, what we would do is we would bring that to the park board to just state that this section of Parkway, we would allow trucks on. So that would be the process, but.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What was the process to go through that, to have trucks allowed on the
We would make that
parkway?
recommendation to our park board.
And they have the authority to, is there language in the code that makes that, gives them that authority? Can you cite that code section?
That's a question for you. I mean,
Yeah.
Can you provide a citation?
Not right up here today, but we can look on that, Roxanne.
All right. Yep.
Just a point of correction. The referenced project I-29 Logistic Park is an MPD, and that's where the Ace Hardware is, and that's zoned MPD, and there's no parkway or boulevard involved in that. So comparing them is not even, because we had to set the setbacks and heights and all those density for that project. If this project was an MPD, the variances, waivers, and deviation would have been granted as part of the approved development plan, and that would have gone in perpetuity. So to compare those is not fair, because this is just a development plan in an M zoning that's going between Boulevard and Parkway. But my recommendation, similar to what we did with the Line Creek Parkway for Kempton Falls, the residential development, is to look at that segment, probably look at the overall segment to find a way to create probably a modified special segment that allows uses that's going to work with both Parks Boulevard, and find a typology that works. But local link is not it. So the typology they're trying to go to does not really fit the industrial section either. So based on that, we need to sit down and really work together, which we did with this developer, and we'll be willing to work with them to get.
And on this past project, the reason that this was a development plan, they didn't have the opportunity to make it an MPD because of the zoning, because it was compliant already.
I will ask her that.
I think when we met with staff at the time, what the recommendation was for development plan approval.
Yeah.
I need to go back. I don't think, and Jim may correct me, that just because you're zoned MPD doesn't mean that you don't have to follow the parkway standards and then wouldn't have to get BZA approval for anything that did not comply with the parkway standards. So that would set you long-term, as Mr. Abaji has indicated.
We will go down, yeah.
Yeah, okay. You all okay if we move up to public testimony, then we can close and discuss?
Yep.
I have one more question. Does BZA not have the ability to extend the renewal period for these variances?
BZA has the ability to grant a 1-year extension to the variances, but unless you've established the use and done certain other actions to vest those variances, they will elapse in 2 to 3 years, and that is the maximum allowed under code.
And I also want to clarify, once those property rights have vested with the variance, they run with the property. So if they're talking about you get approval and you haven't pursued construction, you haven't been granted a C of O. But if you've done that within 2 years, that variance is permanent and it runs with the property.
Yeah, we don't disagree with that. The code does spell out what certain steps that you have to take in order to, and again, CO, start construction. And as you heard from the developer, again, this is a long-term project. This is going to be built out over many years. So just the roadway itself, to get the roadway in, that's a long period of time to put that stretch of roadway in. And again, whether it's a parkway or not, it's still a roadway that needs to be put in. It's 3 lanes. We're building out the trail, building out the sidewalk, all of that. That takes time. And all that needs to come in. And I'll let Will address what's the likely timinghood of being able to come forward and not being subject to having to go back. And keep in mind, you make one adjustment to any one of those buildings that is requested by a future user, you might be able to come in and get an administrative adjustment to the development plan, but then you're out of compliance with your BZA standards or BZA variances.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone that we have no intention of changing the roadway itself, the lanes, the trail, the finish. That is remaining the same. What we want to adjust is making sure that we're not handcuffed on our promotion of the site compared to other sites in the metro and the country if the projects are this big. With not being able to change the buildings or having to start within a certain time frame. That roadway itself will be over $10 million, and it will take time to fund, construct, and complete. I'm not sure if it'll be all completed at once or, for the first building to a certain extent, but, our current BZA variances that we've received might not extend past the roadway completion and even for the first building, let alone the second or the first 5. So it's a long process to do these kinds of projects. They're very big, very time consuming, but we just want to make sure everything's set up right to do them the best we can.
And to clarify, and Olfu can step in if I'm speaking to something that is against the development plan approved conditions, but there's nothing that prevents them by petitioning the BZA with each building and lot for the appropriate variances to the boulevard and parkway standards. At this time, they've chosen to get all of the variances at one time for the lots that are applicable to those standards, thus subjecting them to that 2-year expiration date for the variances.
Thanks.
I just want to add the purpose for going forward to doing that is just to make sure that before they start marketing the buildings, that what they want to build, they can even remotely have an opportunity to start to market them and say that they've got the zoning in place. But again, any slight deviation from that, even if you can do an administrative adjustment, because we could not ask for any greater variance than the buildings that were actually shown on the site plan that was before them.
All right, we're going to move to public testimony.
Okay, this is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 5 to please raise their hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone. Seeing none.
Amazing. All right, closing public testimony. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to discuss this unless there's any final thoughts from the applicant or city staff. Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and start. I think there are a lot of particular benefits to parkways that we would want to preserve, and at the same time, I feel as though it's not the right fit for this industrial area. But unfortunately, I don't feel as though local link is necessarily the right solution. And so I think that my preference would be we either decide if we can determine what the right solution is in this moment, or if we need to continue the project so that we can get something else, knowing that the intent of the commission is that this is not the right long-term use. But that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I have a similar stance. part of the conversation is that these are 10+ year projects. So setting the project up should probably be done with conversation with the city a little bit further about what the proper throughway is, what it becomes. It sounds like there's some other options other than Parkway, and it sounds like the city is on board with having that conversation. So I think that at this time, continuing the case would probably be best to have those conversations first.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. It's largely just echoing similar thoughts on the Parkway idea. My idea, with it is that I don't know exactly what the Parkway is offering with this area, especially considering that it's largely industrial use. Also, just kind of thinking with like what the intended purpose of some of the other parkways in Kansas City are. You think of like the great parkways like Ward Parkway and Paseo, and they obviously like add a lot of benefit because of what's around them, but also like the programmatic use of what they have. And there's not a lot of context, I feel like, that benefits from having a parkway here, nor does it sound like there's any plan to actually make this on par with one of the great parkways of Kansas City. So I would be in favor of continuing.
So I kind of want to, if we can, try to come to consensus on what we would approve. As I heard, parkway benefits. So some of them include following the natural contours, which I think the road can do. Any road can do. It can be agreed upon. Setbacks and right of way. So if we have a parkway that has a significant right of way, that combined with setbacks is going to determine the built environment in terms of how close it could be to the property. It plays into economics of the site and also then the experience of driving it. So I kind of want to know what that is before approving whether it's local link or something other. I think what we don't want is all of a sudden we approve something and realize 10 years from now there's a building built, right up on the road that was not what we had all intended. So I think that I need comfort with what the right of way would be and what the appropriate setback would be for buildings in that area. And then median, which provides, whether it's tree canopy or safety or just aesthetics. I don't feel strongly enough about a median for that to be a part of anything. And then berming and sight lines, I think, are another piece. So my main concerns would be what we determine the setback and right of way to be based upon whatever's proposed. And if local link is correct, and I do want to give the applicant the opportunity to tell us if that is correct, but those are the things that I'm most concerned about. Are there other things that people are concerned about or anyone feel differently from that?
I think I could agree with that. The only thing I would add is that I really don't have any intent here to try to handcuff the developer of this kind of project to make him come back every 2 years to ask for permission to do something. I don't think that's fair to the city or the developer or the property owner. And anything we can do to facilitate that and achieve everybody's objective here, I think is going to be advantageous to everybody sitting at that table.
If I may, to address, and I think that Mr. Abaji had stated this, it is how it's determined ultimately the right typology for the street, if it's not local link, if it's something else. And again, we went into conversations with staff on this. Staff never recommended, Public Works talked to us about what would be an appropriate typology. Never was it recommended by City Planning Commission, something else. So I just want to, or excuse me, City Planning Department, anything else. So we've been having these conversations for quite a long time. So I don't know. And then the other thing is that even if we pick a different typology, it's not going to then address the things that come with the rest of the planning with outside of the right of way, right? So it's the right of way, right? So you've got the right of way, and then it's the zoning that determines what that setback is. Any change in the development plan that we currently have that is substantial, that's not just an administrative adjustment, will have to come back to this body.
Yeah.
And you would hear and discuss then, what is the landscaping? What do the buildings look like? How close are they to the right of way? If that were to change, just to be clear, or future development, right, along any typology that goes to the west of us for the rest of this area, that's going to be before your body to determine then what does the site plan look like? What does the landscaping look like? What's the experience of the driver along this parkway or roadway, whatever it ends up being?
Yep, that's clear. Thank you. Can someone provide what the setback requirements are for B3 and M2?
I believe the setbacks are, I don't believe there is a requirement for setbacks, but there is a setback requirement for the parking, which I believe is 30 foot, which is, I believe, the width of our berming that we're showing to help obfuscate the view of the parking.
Can we have someone confirm B3 and M2 setbacks? And then while we're looking at that, on page 18 of the staff report, just in case anyone has it up, there are 6 to 8 different typologies. And I don't know if if anyone, does staff does anyone want to speak to other options or what the best option is?
Public Works, Nick, the city engineer, has indicated that there's an amendment going through now for the major street plan to include an industrial, typology. So given the opportunity, we want to take what that is and use that typology to then create a modified section for this segment of Tiffany Springs Parkway, to allow this development to have a special segment within the Parkway corridor, which we've done. We've done it in 2 places. I gave you the last time we did that. Doing that allows this development to move forward and be able to be developed differently than everything else, because I don't think the Parkway may not extend, but if the solar farm comes, we may have them put up the Parkway or do something, but we don't know where we're going to get that or when we're going to get that. But at least that link and the connection remains without breaking it and changing it into a different typology that's not suitable for industrial uses.
And city doesn't have any idea when those amendments are going to get
So we are
discussed?
working on the amendments. I just want to point out a very common misconception about the major street plan. When you look at the typology, local link thoroughfare, it doesn't mean I'm going to build a road that way. It doesn't mean we're going to design. All the major street plan does is preserve the right of way needed. So we look at the typology to give us an idea. Do we need 100 feet? Do we need 120 feet? Do we need 80 feet? And that's how we preserve the right of way. When engineering goes through and has to design this roadway, if it's a local link, a thoroughfare, all that tells us there's a right of way. I'm not going to put bike lanes on a industrial through road, just because the typology says. I'm not going to put on-street parking because, you know what I mean? So all the major street plan does is preserve right of way. It does not tell me how to design the road. That just misconception. So it doesn't matter if you say local link or thoroughfare. All I need to know is how much right of way there is.
Okay,
and then
so
we design the road.
So with that, in essence, local link and commercial or commerce mixed use street is all the same in terms of right of way being 100 or 120. That's a vast improvement from 300 or 200.
Yeah, and I think we met with the developer and we talked about how much right of way we needed. You give us the right of way, we're going to look at how much traffic's on there. It might be a concrete roadway. We'll probably have a 10-foot shared use path. You don't want bicyclists on a road traveled all by trucks. So the elements of the road we'll design based on the factual things. All we need to know is how much right of way we got. So yeah, typology is
Okay, thank you. That kind of makes me feel as though we could just go with this local link, but Olafu, so my hearing of that and looking at this right away, 100 feet for local link, Public Works is going to design it the way that makes the most sense. Again, my fear is still setbacks, so I still want to hear what the setbacks are for B3 and M2 or any other M's.
Without the Boulevard and Parkway standards for a commercial district that is not abutting an R-zoned property, there aren't any requirements for setbacks, and that is the same for the M. That is just speaking for the zoning and development code. Can't speak for public works or other standards.
So what that means with the development plan and the boulevard and parkway standard, we will come to a special segment that may fit what they're proposing to do, creating a setback that's unique to this segment of the parkway, keeping the parkway, but allowing them to do what they want to do.
Yeah,
Again, we've done that before, so it's not.
If the commission chooses not to go that way, do you have is there any other way to retain a certain amount of, in addition to the 100-foot right of way, is there any way to preserve buffer before buildings can go up?
Not off the cuff, because the current profile they have, which they showed, was approved by Parks and Rec. And then to just do this without, again, discussion with Parks and Rec and Public Works all in one, to come to a special segment, which is what we did for this project. So off the cuff right here is not,
Okay.
I don't want to do it because Nick is saying different things without really looking at the existing profile. And I want to be able to create and maintain the parkway, given this development, a segment that traverses the same parkway without losing the typology. So the link is maintained. So I want to do something that's done properly, allow them to move forward, giving them their desired dimension and setbacks and uses if possible.
How long would it take to come to that agreement or work that special segment up for them?
I need to get a revised, updated plan from them to show what they really want and what it looks like compared to what I approve. So it will be an amendment to see that, and then we can then make the adjustment to tailor it to what they're going to do.
If I may, and again, timing wise, so before we can actually proceed with any idea of how we might develop this, we have to be able to know whether or not there's the parkway standards in place. We need to then go to the city council to see if they actually would support that. Then we would have to come back and do the development plan and all that. And I think Will would like to address that, and what the intent of the developer is and what the standards that they have made over the years of all of their developments to maintain high levels of setbacks, high levels of what is important landscaping. So, Will.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add, we have a standard on all of our industrial developments, especially of this quality, which will meet the top of the market for a project of this size, of berming, of setbacks, of sightlines. Our goal is to make the drive between the industrial parks as attractive as possible. We overspend on landscaping compared to other developers. We add a lot more glass than other developers. The finish level is just at the top. And so I want to make sure that everyone understands, even if this roadway typology is changed, we have our own reputational quality standard that we have to maintain as far as berming. And we
Appreciate that. Thanks. All right, we'll go ahead and again close everything so we can discuss. I want to note on that my perspective is that, of course, properties change hands, and we need to think beyond one property owner, despite a property owner or developer who's going to do things to the best standards. I'm going to lob out another idea. Boulevards require 26 feet on either side, as opposed to local link, which is less significant. So in theory, if it were to be renamed, that's not a good idea.
No, it's the requirement for
There's still a lot
boulevard
of
is
standards
it's
with that.
150 feet, and they got variances, and the parking is 75 feet. So we gave them multiple variances for all of those. We need to go back and see what those variances were and use that to then try to modify a segment that captures those. So that's why I cannot.
Okay. So
the variance is more than
despite our best
15,
efforts
so-
to solve it today, then we might not be able to. Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
if we, let's say hypothetically, if we approve this, and then the master plan for the roadways is amended to make the use of this stretch of land more conducive to the development, I mean, are these guys going to have to come back again after that plan's amended?
Not if it's a special section or
The special section that he's alluding to I haven't been able to find anything in the code that would allow parks to otherwise change and create a special loophole for a certain segment of it to exempt them from certain boulevard and parkway systems. If it is shown on the major street plan designated as a boulevard or a parkway, it is subject to the boulevard and parkway standards under 323.
Can staff weigh in on that?
And to weigh in on that, there's nothing in the code besides what I showed you regarding the major street plan. And the council, on the same day City Plan Commission approved it, the City Plan Commission approved a special segment for Line Creek. So City Plan Commission and City Council have done this before. So I'm asking to do what we did before. So
If I may, again, that's an
Let's-
extended
yeah.
period of time of discussion as to what the code changes, that specific code changes.
Take well. Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay, so I think what I've heard is the intent is to make a change. I feel as though it's the commission's desire to change the topology to something else. And I imagine we want a little bit more confidence in what it's being changed to, and would prefer to continue it and to have, and apologies to applicant and staff, but I think my guess is that if we could be more confident in what we're changing it to and the implications are, that we would be supportive of that change as opposed to staff's recommendation for the workaround, which seems like it is more time consuming, challenging, less certain. Okay, so with that said, then I'm looking for a motion with kind of adding in that intent of the continuance.
Yeah, so are we looking at just alternatives to the parkway designation?
Yeah, so with the intent of changing the topology.
Okay. Then, Vice Chair, I move to continue docket item number 5. So when do we want to continue that to?
This is holding up the development of the site and marketing the site. So we would ask for the shortest continuance possible. There have been extensive conversations with staff. We would jump right into those and be able to come back to you with that full.
Are you all here July 3rd?
Yeah.
Or at least enough of us?
Well, I guess we need to
Oh, yeah.
wait.
Great day to have a meeting.
It's going to be great. I think we do have a long agenda. Okay, so.
Had to add that in there.
but I think that if there is going to be a continuance, then given the applicant's availability to be present, unless we do this remotely, we may have to go to the latter part of July.
Would the 17th work?
We'll make that work. Thank you.
Thank
Do
you.
would that work, staff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then Vice Chair, I move to continue docket item number 5 to July 7th with the intent to 17th, excuse me, 17th with the intent to provide an alternate to the parkway.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to continue docket item number 5 to July 17th. Could we take a vote, please?
Arkin.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, it's been continued to July 17th. Apologies that that's the case, but we want to come up with the best solution and not rush anything. So thank you.
We appreciate the discussion and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there's been a request to reorder the agenda. So if the request has been made to move docket item number 8 up for the applicant, Councilman Willett, is there any objection from commission or any applicants who are upset about that?
I object.
Sure.
I'm number 6 on the agenda. My name is Megan Duma. I'm the attorney, but I also represent myself and I own the property, the subject property. The city planning and development department refused to talk to me for over a year because I filed litigation against them with regard to short-term rentals. And so I've waited a very long time to get here, and I need my objection on the record, please, respectfully, that I'd like to please go in the order of which I should be called.
All right, thank you. All right, so does the commission have any preference as to whether we reorder the agenda to hear number 8 next or to hear number 6 next?
Well, regardless, we'll get to number 6 today.
Yeah.
We'll get to all of them today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll withdraw my objection then if we can get to everybody today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we will.
we will.
I'm
We
sorry,
will.
that noon was a hard shut off. It's
No.
my first time.
Nope.
No, no worries. All right. Well then, unless we need a motion, we'll just go ahead and open up docket item number 8, please.
Docket item number 8 is case number CD CPC 2024-75, amending Chapter 88 by repealing Section 88-424-13, Capital Improvement Sales Tax Fund tree planting and enacting in lieu thereof a new section of like number and subject matter for the purposes of requiring tree planting funds to be deposited and spent within designated benefit districts. And Anna Naniski is a staff planner, and the applicant is in the room.
Great.
Sorry, the computer locked. My apologies for the technical issues. Okay, we are looking at docket item number 8, case CD CPC 2024-75. This is an amendment proposal to the zoning and development code, specifically 88-424-13. Now I'm going to go over the details of the amendment 88-424-13B. This talks about the capital improvement sales tax fund for the tree planting, where individuals, when you're mitigating for the tree preservation ordinance, if you pay money in lieu, then you follow this particular section. This is adding a section to this section of code where it is changing the methodology of how the money is distributed from being applicable to all portions of the city to specific areas geographically referenced to the city council districts.
Anna, you're not sharing your screen.
Okay. Yeah. Okie dokie. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. The next section, this is just adding language to match that methodology that was proposed in section B. Same with 88-424-13D, adding language into these sections to match the new methodology addressed in section B. The review criteria associated with changing the zoning and development code is on the screen. I'm not going to go over everything, just B and C, which highlights the recommendation. So the first review criteria is whether or not the proposed zoning and development code text amendment is consistent with adopted plans and the stated purpose of the zoning and development code. So the proposed amendment is not inconsistent with any adopted plans or the zoning and development code. However, I do want to note that the language that is existing adopted for 88-442 does boost all of the adopted plans listed here, the playbook, the urban forest master plan, the climate action plan, and the Kansas City housing policy. And those details are listed in the staff report, as well as review criteria C, which whether or not the text amendment is in the best interest of the city as a whole. And we do want to note that the language adopted as it is today was drafted that way with the intent that flexibility provided to where those new plants will be going will help all of those who live, work, and play in Kansas City, since they could go anywhere within the community. So that, on top of the fact that the city planning department, yes, this section of code lives in 88. We don't issue the funds. We don't control how it is spent. Along with the fact that we did not introduce this ordinance, we're recommending no recommendation.
Thank you. Any questions for city staff? Great. Well, welcome the applicant.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So basically, this just the areas where trees are taken down, the money stays within the nexus of the area, so we can make that area whole. A lot of times in my district, and you can see in the Northland, that's where you get a lot of trees taken down. And a lot of constituents are concerned about what are we going to do to make this right. And so the easiest solution, and I think what makes sense, is if you're taking down trees and you're getting penalized for that area, the money should be spent to make that area right and whole again, up to constituents' perspective. And so this came out of a lot of conversations. This does not repeal any of the fees. It just makes sure that the money is spent where to remedy the area where trees are taken down. I would like to point out that this is just our conversation. This does not exclude money being spent in other parts of the city to increase trees. As you know, we have the 10,000 tree initiative. This just makes it easier, and actually it makes it easier as a council person up there to force trees to be built in a timely manner, because we have that pot of money ready to go. So it's really easy. It's like, hey, you're taking it from this area. Okay, let's get this back up to speed. Another good example of this, and this is not in my district, but just historically, this is another thing. If you guys all are familiar with the Northland Fountain up there, you guys all know where that is. That used to be all by itself, right? And then you have a lot of development to the north there. You got that pizza ranch, you got that pet shop and all that kind of stuff. Lots of trees are taken out there, and you can't replant trees within the MoDOT property, but you can within any of the city portion or other right-of-way that's not in MoDOT. And so if we would have had this at this time, we could have been able to plant trees immediately right there from the area that the trees were taken out. We would have taken that funds to put in good quality vegetation to block the view of the developed part of the park. So, that fountain looks good from one angle, but it doesn't look good from the development angle. And so this would help with the background to make sure that the park is good from all different views. So that's the intention of this. I have talked with colleagues on my committee. They seem like they have no problem with this, but this will just allow us to go forward to have this discussion at the next level.
Any questions to the applicant? So the counter argument to this would be that some districts where development is happening are more densely treed and have better tree canopy than other areas. And so therefore, I imagine the reason that you're introducing this is because funds might be used to potentially more equitably plant trees in areas that have less tree canopy. And is that happening right now? Is that the intent?
So I know for a fact that there was a period, right, that the fees did not go into place. And so you had unintended consequences of a lot of developers clearing out a high amount of trees throughout our district, which really upset a lot of constituents. And the fact that they know that, correct me if I'm wrong, now the penalties are in play?
Yes.
Now the penalties are in play. So we haven't seen that play out yet. So I think when I talk to my colleagues, it's like, it's the purpose of that is to make that area whole, right? That's why we're trying to de-incentivize them taking down the trees from that certain area. Mm-hmm. And so I believe that the disincentive, and this is something that we'll hopefully be able to debate on council, but that disincentive, the fines or whatever should be used to make that place whole. So that's a perspective I come from. Now, in terms of helping out tree canopy across the city, I'm supportive of funds for that. The federal grants we get, the 10,000 trees. This just helps make that area whole and sets that aside. Because we haven't seen this play out, but I don't even know if, this, you can't go and replace, 30, 50-year-old trees, that easily. They're very expensive, and the type of vegetation needed. So you're going to have to balance, as a council person or someone who would represent with that, potentially use that money to make that area whole again. We probably have to figure out what's faster growing, what's going to put, and that can be costly of itself. So I think this is something that I understand why the council did this. I've just, my constituents have asked, well, the trees are coming down from here. Can we help make that place whole? And I'd be the first to, if we have excess money from there to, but that's a different policy decision down the line.
When we say here, right? So we remove a tree from this lot, it has to go back up in that lot or the same district?
The same district, the area vicinity.
I mean, districts are large. So
Yeah. So this is not council district. This is by impact district.
Impact district.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Gotcha.
you. Thank you. That's a great question.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move to public testimony.
Okay, this is a reminder for anyone who wants to provide public testimony on docket item number 8 to please raise their hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone. Seeing none.
I do have one question for staff. Is there a reason for no recommendation?
Just that the existing code was set on a specific intent to be spent anywhere within the city. And my department doesn't spend the money. So we don't want to counteract anything that the Parks Department had intent for.
I've got two more questions, one for staff and one for the applicant. For the applicant, is there strong support from council for this?
From my colleagues who sit on the committee, that they said they'd be fine. I know that all 4 Northland Council folks are in support of this. And then I've talked with a couple of colleagues, don't see a problem with this. And like I want you to say this and point this out. There's many pools of money that the city can pull to put trees and vegetation and parks funds. This is, I don't know if we even know if this is enough to make these areas whole, by the fees. We haven't seen that play out. So we'd like to see, the constituents who are seeing trees and forests literally taken down right in front of their homes. I think that is like the intent of this. We want to disincentivize that and make places whole. And I want you to know, and part of the conversation, probably why a couple of the council people, and this was introduced and it's coming through here. And then if it makes its way out, then we were able to have the policy discussion. So I can clarify there, but people know that there's other avenues to help with green initiatives, with trees for other parts of the city. This is not necessary, like, the intent is we're taking from this area, let's make that area whole again first, and then if there's other needs unrelated to a tree being taken down here, we can find that in other initiatives.
And then question for staff, do we have anyone from Parks or anyone who can speak to if there are specific issues with tracking funds this way?
Staff from those departments had a scheduling conflict. They're unavailable.
Okay. Do you recall at all if that was part of why it was set up this way?
The language as it states right now is set up specifically so that the trees can be replanted in all parts of the city.
And do you know if it was because there's going to be an undue burden upon, or it'll be like difficult to track the funds or anything?
That I cannot answer.
Okay. All right. If there aren't any other questions, we can move to discussion. There was I don't remember what it was, but there was an ordinance that was related to this about tree canopy and the impact fees that developers pay. And one of the discussions that I recall at the time was talking about how some areas of the city have less tree canopy, and therefore there was interest if you have 20 treat acres and you take out 1 acre of trees from a 20-acre plot of all trees, it'd actually be more impactful to replant trees in an area of the city that has reduced tree canopy. And so in that sense, the idea was that you're entrusting city staff and parks to know what is both equitable and equal and try at the same time to balance both. I'm not opposed to this, but that's, I think, what the counter argument would be.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how I feel if we don't have the recommendation of Parks and Rec. Like, I mean, this is direct affects their department, right? So
Parks and Rec just joined.
That helps.
Morning, Kevin Lapointe, the city forester. I'm assuming talking regarding the tree ordinance.
Yep.
Yes, the impacts on us basically is, of course, urban forest master plan is pretty much what drives most of what we're trying to do. And within that, there's also the tree inventory that we're getting ready to start this summer. It'll be an 18-month project that will inventory all the trees in the city. And we feel like that's what needs to drive a lot of our tree planting initiatives and funding that we may be getting for tree planting, whether it's from city council or development or internally with the AR57 within the departments when trees are being removed. Of course, the ordinance, the primary objective with that to begin with was preservation, not tree removals. Okay. And we just feel like any funds that are developed for mitigation through development we should be able to do that where trees are most needed throughout the entire city. And again, the tree inventory will be the driving force for determining that for us. And part of the master plan was a 35% tree canopy goal of increasing tree canopy throughout the city. And it makes it just that much more difficult to do that when we can't distribute the trees where they're needed to increase that tree canopy cover where it's most needed. My supervisor, Steve Van Ryn, may be here and have additional comments, but basically just reviewing the master plan, the inventory that's coming up, and that our objectives there are to try to get trees planted where trees are most needed.
So,
oh, go ahead.
As I understand it, you'd prefer to have the ability to use these impact fees where you see it's best suited. Are you opposed to this? Strongly opposed to this? Can you help us understand how significant the change would be?
It's a little difficult not knowing, of course, where development's happening. A lot of times, of course, the developers will focus on trying to put trees back onto the project as much as they can because they don't want to obviously have to pay in lieu of fees for mitigation into a tree fund. So they will try and compensate with as many trees as they can on the project and in the area. So it's a little tough to answer that question, but yeah, we're fairly strongly opposed to it because again, it's one more thing of trying to track and trying to put trees where trees are maybe not needed as much as in other areas of the city. I guess in a simple form, I'm a simple guy. I like things simple. I kind of look at it this way a little bit on our own properties of our home. If my roof's leaking, I'm not going to put money into landscaping where my roof is leaking somewhere. In other words, I'm going to put the money where the resources, where the priorities are needed, if that makes sense. So in a simple example, it's the same thing. We kind of look at it as like, well, let's get the resources and everything where they're needed, not where they're not going to really benefit us as much as they would in other areas. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but these are fines associated with removing trees at a specific location. So you wouldn't be putting trees back where we're not supposed to be, correct?
Not where they're not supposed to be, but we're looking again where they're most needed. And don't look at this as like a fine. It's basically trying to compensate for a resource that's being taken that should have been left potentially.
And to clarify, yeah, it's not just a fines for removing trees when you're not supposed to, but through the tree preservation ordinance, if you're removing a certain amount of trees for a development site, then you either have to replant the trees or you pay money in lieu for sure.
I think a point to clarify would be that we're talking about right-of-way trees. So we're looking at in a development, the number of trees planted back and spaces to plant trees should be planted as part of the landscaping ordinances. They have to replant trees on those sites. so it was about preserving trees in place. If they're not preserved in place, then we would look to plant them. And we think that, here's where I would rephrase it. The best way to achieve the goals the city has for climate resiliency and for urban tree canopy recovery would be to utilize our inventory to discover planting sites, combine that with the heat island map, so a heat map, and then look for those places of overlap where we have lots of planting sites and heat issues, and then we plant there. It helps us achieve our goals most efficiently to do it that way, rather than having it be somehow tied to a geographic spot. And so that's, if you think about it holistically, it really makes a much more efficient use of our resources we have that are limited to plant trees and planting them in the sites that will get the best return on our investment for looking at climate resiliency and mitigating heat island effects.
If you have to approximate the percentage of trees that are funded by in lieu of fees and the fees that fall into this pot, what is the percent of trees that are planted strictly because of these funds?
Well, we haven't really had a chance to flesh that out yet with they haven't a lot of cases come through that this ordinance is really applied to yet. A lot of the cases, a lot of the development plans were already in place for the ordinance. So we haven't had a lot of new ones. So it'd be hard to say exactly what that would be, but at this point, it's going to be, I really have a really hard time giving a number on that percentage. Not high at this point, but we really haven't gone through enough time to really see how much money is going to come out.
Closer to 10% than 50%?
I'd say closer to 10% at this point.
Oh.
The expectation is in time it's going to grow.
Sure.
There's a lot of stipulations on the ordinance as far as there's a time lag too before it takes full effect.
Okay.
So it's going to be a while before it really kicks in the way it should be.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to point out a couple of things. Number one, the principle is like when you're seeing a whole area decimated of trees, and then the folks there are like, you know, what are we going to do to, you can't go and replace 20 or 30-year-old trees. I don't think comparing trees taken down in the Northland as landscaping is very appreciated by this council person. And, you know, I'm someone in here who's coming up with the principle. I think last time around when he did the tree ordinance, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the Northland Council people were vastly opposed to it. So things maybe that, you know, on principle that they probably should have stood up for, they were absent. They were just no altogether. I'm coming here and saying, let's apply some common sense principles to this. You know, let's go make some certain areas are whole. And, you know, I would say, you know, this is not a this or that. We're trying to look at this funding mechanism of saying, oh, this is going to solve the problems over here by taking the fines or a fee associated with tearing down trees over here. No, let's make that place whole first, and then, you know, if there's excess money there. And so this is what I'm trying to say. I'm here, I could propose a amendment to this. If you want half the money to go to the district where the trees come from, great. And then you can have the other half of the fee associated with something, a pot going downtown, and then they can figure out how to spend it. I think as an in-district council person who knocked 10,000 doors to get where I'm at, I know where trees need to be planted in my district. I've actually reached out to the Parks and Rec Department to replace trees on Maple Woods Parkway over and over again that have been dead and that were not getting done. And so this gives me a tool of a council person to say, here's the funds to go do that. So I think it's very disrespectful to talking about, you know, removing, you know, we're not talking about just small amounts of trees. We've seen, and there's going to be a lot more removed up there. And so I'm open because I'm someone who, you know, sees it. Obviously, I'm an in-district council person advocating for my district. But, you know, if we could do, you know, half goes to the impact fee district and half goes to that, I'm here to come up with a solution. I think just saying strongly opposed to it without even talking to a person ahead of time when you had the opportunity to, this has been on the docket for quite a while. And I've talked to Parks about so many different other items and, you know, about tree planting that they're not actually doing in my district. So I find that pretty offensive, but put that aside, I think I'm open to it. And I think it might be good policy to how about half the fee there goes to an impact fee district within that area? The other half can go to a pot of money that can be spent. So you're balancing, you said your principles earlier, equality and equity. If that's something, I think coming from the political spectrum with my council colleagues, they were okay with this to begin with, but I didn't know where staff was at it. And after hearing that, makes me very discouraged. But it is what it is. We can try it that way. And then if we need, because like you said, we don't have that many examples. All we've seen is trees just being torn down, but we don't really know what's coming up there. And I would say it's not landscaping. That's just like not a leaky roof. That's just gutting our roof is what's happening up there. So in good faith, if we're open to an amendment, I don't know if we're able to do that. Half goes to, and I'm saying that this is what I'm telling you all to do, but I'm open to that amendment. Half goes to the impact fee district, half goes to a citywide pool. Is that acceptable?
Yeah,
mean,
I appreciate
it's-
this.
Certainly, the sponsor can certainly
Yeah.
suggest an amendment, and then it would be up to the commissioners to determine what they would like to recommend to the city council.
Yep. Before we move to public
Parks.
testimony, was there anything else that Parks wanted to share?
Well, it's just for some clarification on how we can do planting. We're aware that a lot of trees have been removed. The way this was originally written was to be a tree preservation ordinance. We're not the way that it was altered. It's become more of a tree replacement kind of a fee in lieu of a lot of the trees have been removed up north at this point. Of course, have been cases that aren't even. This isn't the ordinance isn't even applying to at this point. When a development goes in, like a residential development, the only planting spaces we have available are right-of-way street tree planting areas. We can't plant on private property. We don't plant there. And those are required to be planted by the developer as now with street trees as part of the development plan. So all those tree planting spaces, the places we have available to plant, are being planted. It does limit us to where we can put back trees on a site. Get a 100-acre site that had a lot of trees removed. It's difficult to put it right back in that area if there's not planting spots available. So it does make it a little more difficult. And so it's not just landscaping. Those are the street trees that are planted the right-of-way trees that we do manage.
Thanks.
I just have a language question because you used a lot of language that said make whole again. Can you define that just a little bit more?
Because, like I said earlier, we're not going to be able to make whole an area that got, a bunch of trees taken down, so obviously when you have a stretch of, 30, 40-year-old trees taken down, right?
Uh-huh.
And then you go and you plant, trees that are less than a year old or, like that's not even close. Like you want to make whole as quickly as much as possible. That's what tree preservation is.
When the city defines it on caliper inches.
Okay, do they? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So there's a way to try to make it apples to apples. Let's move to public testimony, and then we can go back to discuss. Did I already open it up to public testimony?
I believe you did.
Okay.
No one appears on Zoom or in person.
Okay. Would the applicant like to add anything else before we discuss?
No, I appreciate your time, and I didn't realize how long these meetings go. I had from 9 to 11 blocked off, but thank you. You guys have to deal with a lot of comments and interest.
Oh, this is a short one.
Yeah.
So appreciate you being here. Okay. So let's go ahead and move to discuss this. I really appreciate the applicant's willingness to rework this to have half stay in district. I am sympathetic to what the Parks Department was saying in that there are limitations about where things can be planted. I completely understand the intent of being able to talk to a constituent and explaining that, funds that were paid in lieu of for this particular area are reinvested in that particular area. So I'm very appreciative of the amendment and would want to go that route.
Yeah, I mean, my only concern was management of funds, having that many different accounts, who manages it, who's auditing it, who's doing all that is my concern.
Yeah.
Would that,
Like how is this going to affect the department, and it's going to create more logistics, and you're going to have to make it like you're going to have to work basically twice.
It definitely will make it more complicated to figure out how to manage the different accounts and make sure that money's going back where it's supposed to be. We currently have
Money should be
4
going back where it's
foresters
supposed to
on staff, and we're already stretched really thin to be able to do it. The money we get for the fees meant for planting trees and replacement, as it is now, it's about half what we get in terms of actual replacement is not replacement. We're getting about half the amount of money we need to do a 1-to-1 replacement with our existing contracts. So we don't even have enough coming from the impact fee, or whatever you want to call it, from the ordinance, to compensate for the planting of the trees plus additional staff to manage more accounts and more, to manage different funds and more accounts to make sure we're tracking it all and making sure it gets backwards where it would be going if this was amended.
To be clear, the department would be capable of it. It's just a matter of.
Well, we'll see. I'm not actually sure that it's necessarily true. As it is right now, we're just making do with the staff we have. We're just trying to get one more forester hired. We have a $12 million grant coming through for certain parts of the city that was EJ zone that we got. That we hope to hire another forester through that grant that could help manage that section. But we are definitely stretched thin in terms of our staff capabilities to manage additional items that come on our plate.
They'll divide. It's being unified.
Yeah, well, what I was sharing is that I'm just afraid that later on that every district starts asking for the same, or like, how is this going to affect, like District 4, like how is this going to affect District 4 that there's not a lot of trees and the funds, and later on the Parks and Rec is going to have to work with everybody separately.
Yeah, so it would be every district would have to follow the same process.
Yeah, thank you. Other clarifying things. So we have, and I've been to a couple of these impact fee district meetings. So a lot of times, like this is used for public works. For example, if a neighborhood's being built and they have to pay impact fees for that, you get to decide what infrastructure are used. A lot of times that's money spent on arterial roads like sidewalks, safety. And so this is a conversation, like we already have the organized folks in committees meeting here. They would also add another thing is, well, how can we make the tree canopy work within the other decisions that they're making on behalf of, of funds designed or designated for that. So the organization already exists. And I can tell you there'll be there's a lot of people who are like, they would tell me what to do if they got half the funds, the fees from that area. And I think it's a good balance. So it's saying, hey, there's a lot of trees up here in the Northland. We're tearing them down and we're instituting a fee on it. We'll give half the fees to those so they can make sure they make it right here. The other pot comes in here and addresses needs throughout the city. I think that is more of a win-win. Right now, it is what I see is all that funds would be taken downtown, and it would make it a lot harder to be intentional about making that area whole initially. And especially with, some of the requests that, we have given as a council person, September trying to replant trees on Maplewoods Parkway. And I think this would be intentional, and I think it's a win-win. And I understand, my colleagues value equity, and I think, and I want to be a good neighbor and I want to be a good person, but it's like, we're getting trees torn up here. It's not, we're seeing that in real time. And I want to have the tools and resources to be able to help out my constituents rather than putting, hey, you just got all those trees, we'll put you on the back burner here. No, here's half, and then we'll go down here, and then they can figure out, what they want to do with that. But I can tell you this from council colleagues, from the thumbs up or thumbs down on this, they see the logic within this. And this was me not even coming up with that compromise. I just came that up right now, but like you said, we haven't had a lot play out. We've seen a lot of disincentives too. This is another thing. Because of how the ordinance was written in that time period that you had to be able to take down trees, you actually had more trees abstracted from the Northland than should have been abstracted from the Northland because they're trying to get ahead of the fees. You see what I'm saying? So like we actually, so we have like all around Berry Road, you know, you just stripped of trees so they wouldn't have to pay any fines. So the Northlands has already experienced a lot of disincentives with this. This is a way that I think can help rectify it. But
So one question for the applicant, and if we do this and we allocate funds specifically for these areas, or allow that, how would one go about requesting funds for their replacement tree? Who's going to review that? How does that all happen? Are we creating a new committee?
No, so that's so already there's impact fee districts that already exist, and so like they spend right now public works dollars for like they can also spend money for roads. They would also be able to say this is where we need the trees, and actually would.
And they would essentially manage the funds.
Yes.
So it wouldn't be an issue for them then, because you.
What I like about it is that I feel like to get work done in the city, this type of work, you need someone to identify the project, you need to find the funds, and then you also need the human power to do it. And my personal belief is that PIAC is so liked because it allows people to identify the funds. And so I do like the idea of having some funds set aside, and I appreciate, again, the compromise that allows the foresters to do what they do best in knowing where, you know, there are heat zones. That's not the right term. All right. Any other thoughts before we go ahead and make a motion?
Can I just make a quick comment on these last statements? I just want to make sure. So when we're talking about these areas, these zones, those funds are being like in council district is what we're talking about.
Well, even smaller business district.
Smaller business.
Impact district, I thought it was what.
Yeah, impact district, sorry. Thank you.
Impact districts. And how many of those do we have, please?
Staff.
10, 20, 100? Okay.
I think there's like 14 to 14, 16. Here, I'll pull up the
It's
exact.
closer to 8.
Eight per.
Okay. I just have real concerns if there's funding going to some separate group or entity right now to try to manage what we're doing as far as where, even somewhat where trees are being placed, but who's planting them. Councilman has referred to 2 or 3 times already on Maplewoods Parkway.
Yeah, you could have met with me
Those
prior to
things-
this meeting over even other clarifying questions.
Yeah, I'm just saying that that's managed. There are some trees that are being planted that are being managed by capital improvement projects and things that we need to get more control over. We're not the ones doing those plantings. And I was personally involved in that, struggling for months with Hunt Midwest to get back out there and replace those trees that they should have been replacing a long time ago. So we have things like that going on. So I do have concerns if we're starting to say we're going to have funds, pots of funds over here and here and here all over the city. They're being managed some other way. I still feel like even if that's the case, if we decide to go with the recommendation for 50-50 or whatever it is, that the tree inventory needs to be the driving force as to where the trees will be planted, even if it's within those districts, those areas that we're talking about.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and close everything, and we'll discuss as a commission. So based upon whether, Sarah, you feel that it's appropriate to do so, I'm in favor of approving this with the amendment and not worrying about the detail of the text and letting council figure that out, if that's fine to pass it as such.
Yeah, that's fine. You could add a condition, essentially, I guess, directing staff to
Incorporate a 50-50
incorporate this proposed amendment that half the funds would be deposited in the impact fee districts, and I did verify there are 8, and then half I assume would go into a fund to be dispersed citywide. Is that
The
what
capital
you're-
improvement sales
Okay.
tax fund for tree planting, the
Yep.
existing one.
Well, and that's currently how
Figure out
it,
the
that's
difference.
currently how it works now. So we wouldn't have to state that. We would just have to state that half of it goes to the impact district.
Yeah, because the other half would go.
And then the
to-
assumption is that it would function, the rest of it would function as it does now.
Yes.
That a committee substitute be prepared prior to NPD.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, if everyone's good with that, looking for a motion, and then I'll strongly encourage city staff to work with the applicant and sponsor to, figure this out at the next stage.
Sure. Okay. Vice Chair, I move to approve docket item number 8, the amending Chapter 88 Code of Ordinances with a condition to amend it to say half the funds go to impact district.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 8 with the condition that the applicant and city staff work to amend the language so that half of funds stay in the impact district prior to going to committee. Can we get a vote, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. Great. It's been approved unanimously. Thank you for the project. Thanks for working on this, and good luck.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate you all.
And then with that, so we're
Don't
at
get paid, do you?
No.
Not enough.
So
Not from this.
it's 11:48. What are the requirements of how often we break based upon?
I think it's up to our.
I would request a short break at
Yeah.
minimum.
Let's take a 5-minute.
Take 5-minute recess.
Yeah, we only have 2 more docket items, don't we?
Is that okay?
Yep, that's fine.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 11:55 for docket item number 6.
Aneski is the staff planner, so we
Great.
can give her a couple minutes.
Thanks.
Excuse me.
And let me confirm with Connor that the room was unmuted when I did that, so I'll be right back.
Did it also?
It did. I will do it again.
Okay,
We are
great.
now unmuted. All right. This is docket item number 6, KCD SUP 2024-00013, a request to approve a special use permit for a bed and breakfast without an on-site manager, property owner, and event space in District R-7.5 on about 0.4 acres, generally located at 511 Gladstone Boulevard. And Anna Naneski is the staff planner.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen correctly this time. So we have docket item number 6. This is case CD SUP 2024-13. The site in question is at 511 Gladstone Boulevard. The property is zoned R7.5, which is a residential zoning district. And as previously stated, this is a special use permit for a bed and breakfast and an entertainment venue. The site in question is located in the historic northeast portion of Kansas City, Missouri. And here is a close-up of the site. It is highlighted in yellow, and it is within an established residential neighborhood adjacent to Independence Boulevard. So some more timeline facts about this case because it's relevant to my recommendation. So first we have case CD STR 841. This is a short-term rental application that was applied for on May 3rd of, that says 2024, but it should say 2023. This case was closed, or it says denied in Compass KC due to the STR ordinance rules and regulations regarding short-term rentals in the Zoning and Development Code was repealed May of 2023. And then the applicant was representing, including herself, a lot of STR applications that were in the same circumstance that were closed or denied due to that ordinance being repealed. The Board of Zoning Adjustment did uphold city staff's decision to close all of those STR permits, except for 1 or 2, I believe. And during those conversations, the section of code 88360 was discussed, which then led to this application, CD SUP 2024-13, where we performed the entitlement analysis for 511 Gladstone Boulevard. And 88367, this is the portion of the code that states that a property that has been designated as a local landmark or as a contributing building within a historic district can apply for a special use permit to get approval for a use that is not specifically permitted in that subject zoning district. So a short-term rental is no longer permitted in this zoning district because it's residentially zoned for a non-resident STR. So we believed that the applicant could apply for a short-term rental for this location through this mechanism, which leads us here. So we had a pre-application meeting with the applicant, as we do with all special use permits, and we discussed several different options of how they can move forward, because they discussed that they wanted to do a little bit more than a short-term rental at this property. So I have a snippet of the email that I sent as a follow-up to that pre-application meeting, where I discussed the following 4 options. One, a special use permit just for a short-term rental. This next part is a little uncommon for pre-application meetings because it's hard to determine what our recommendation would be at a time before full submittal. But considering that background information that I gave you with the previous STR denials, I wanted to be as transparent as possible. So I guesstimated, what could be a city staff recommendation to help them identify the best path forward. So for a special use permit for an STR, we acknowledge that this would probably be approval subject to conditions because of that 88367 section of the code that I mentioned. This would also make them eligible to receive an STR permit through the neighborhoods department, which now regulates short-term rentals. However, variances to the regulations identified in 56 could not be attached to the case because the Board of Zoning Adjustment does not grant variances outside of Chapter 88 because they wanted to host more people than is right now regulated by Chapter 56. There's an SUP for a short-term rental plus an entertainment venue. Technically, they are allowed to petition the BZA and the CPC to have those 2 uses combined. However, combining the entertainment venue with the STR request for the uses would not make them eligible to receive an STR permit under Chapter 56 because 56 specifically prohibits the use of parties for short-term rentals. Again, variances for those regulations identified in 56 could not be attached to the case. Special use permit for a hotel. City staff, we at the time would have recommended denial, again, acknowledging that they are still illegally allowed to petition the CPC and BZA for that special use permit. However, there are other standards for hotels specifically listed in the code. For example, it specifically says that it cannot be a detached house. A hotel is not a detached house, and it is used for lodging or other associated services like a conference, restaurants, entertainment venues, which combines their desire to have an entertainment venue plus an STR or for lodging use. However, as this is a detached structure, we do not perceive it to qualify for a hotel. It would not be subject to Chapter 56 for an STR because it would be classified as a hotel, but there are also building code and health department regulations that accompany that use designation as a hotel. And the 4th option being a special use permit for a bed and breakfast. This thing is in the way for me to read my own table, excuse me, where we would recommend approval subject to conditions. However, this would require a 24/7 on-site property manager or live-in manager as required by the code, and that a variance to this requirement cannot be approved.
Anna, can you explain option number 2 again? The part that's approvable subject to conditions and then the not STR permit eligible.
From a zoning perspective, they could request that these 2 uses be considered underneath a special use permit, and we could recommend approval to conditions from a zoning perspective. However, when they went to go get their STR permit from neighborhoods department, they wouldn't be eligible for that because the site is also an entertainment venue and STRs cannot be used for an entertainment venue under Chapter 56. And then after some more discussion via email about a rezoning possibility, they responded back that they would be moving forward with the bed and breakfast special use permit, requesting a variance to the live-in manager, and then that they are open to having an on-site manager if this request were denied. They chose to specifically go down this path first and then circle back to an on-site manager later if it gets denied. Sorry for repeating myself. However, when the special use permit application came in, it was for a bed and breakfast and an entertainment venue, so for an event space. And it includes 16 individuals for the bed and breakfast and 50 people for the event space, which would total around 66 people on site during an event, plus any staff that may be managing that event. So also different from what was discussed during the pre-application meeting. 88-32002 are the specific use standards for a bed and breakfast. We have items A and F highlighted. These are the two variances that they are requesting attached to the special use permit. That is to not have an on-site property owner or manager, and that they want the event spaces to be there. As you can see on the screen, it's a requirement to have an on-site manager for a bed and breakfast or property owner, and that the bed and breakfast can only be used for small parties for the bed and breakfast. So any of the patrons of the bed and breakfast can all get together and have a little meeting, or they can rent out the entire space. However, non-patrons of the bed and breakfast are not supposed to be included in those bed and breakfast receptions, according to the code. This is a screenshot of 88-56502, which talks about the rules and powers of the Board and Zoning Adjustment. It says that the Board of Zoning Adjustment cannot approve a variance that would waive, modify, amend, or change any definition or use classification. This is what we generally cite as being a use variance. It's prohibited. It's also prohibited under state law that the Kansas City Zoning and Development Code. The Kansas City Board of Zoning Adjustment cannot grant a use variance. And since that live-in property owner and manager is critical to that distinction between whether or not something's a bed and breakfast, a hotel, a short-term rental for a non-resident, I classify this as being a use variance request that the Board of Zoning Adjustment is legally not allowed to make per code. Now I'm going to get into the review criteria for a special use permit. I'm going to have to cover a lot of them because what I'm going to highlight addresses my staff recommendation. Other than C, which is the site compatible with the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and the project design. This is a historic preservation case, which the city staff does support historic preservation. However, the deficits in the other four review criteria kind of outweigh that positive of the historic preservation. So review criteria A talks about compliance with all applicable standards of the Zoning and Development Code. And as I mentioned, it does not comply because since they are asking for those variances from the on-site live-in property manager / owner and for the space to be used as an entertainment venue for non-resident patrons. This proposal conflicts with the intent of the Truman Plaza area plan that specifically calls out this area for being low-density residential. We have review criteria B, which talks about public convenience not having, and the project not having a significant adverse impact on the neighborhood or the community. And we've seen lots of proposals like this in the area, and it is now time to consider what the oversaturation of event spaces or bed and breakfasts, or bed and breakfast plural, or short-term rentals for the area is. Just a quick glance of what already is approved there. Within the 1 mile corridor of Gladstone Boulevard, we've got 2 STRs, 2 bed and breakfasts, and 2 entertainment venues, including the KC Museum present, all, using the general area for their benefit. D, is this use compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operational characteristics, hours of operation, noise, lighting, traffic generation, and especially as proposed without an on-site manager or property owner? And the event spaces, increasing the capabilities up to 66 people plus those 66 people plus the event staff. This can cause incompatible consequences for the surrounding areas when you think of all of the noise that can be generated from an event, the hours of operation for the events, and the traffic generation. It's limited parking on site. And as I mentioned, we have a very a very active neighborhood all using the street parking at once. This could provide for a lot of traffic congestion. We've got E, which is this will not have significant adverse impacts on pedestrian safety or comfort. And piggybacking off of what I just mentioned, that the pedestrian safety or comfort may be impacted because of that limited parking, other similar uses in the area utilizing street parking as well, and the fact that the established residential neighborhood was not built originally for this level of activity intensity. And now we're seeing a lot of interest in this area for short-term rentals, bed and breakfast, event space, etc. So for all of those points, city staff is recommending denial. I did need to add an additional condition to this project because there are still conditions attached if the CPC and BZA chooses to approve. I need to add a condition that the special use permit is renewed every 3 years. And then we need to address condition number 6, which talks about the guest maximum for the site to be at 60 people, including the guests and patrons. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for city staff?
When was the ordinance put in place for the STR limitation in the residential districts?
That was in 2023.
Do we even have the authority to grant this if it's prohibited by statute?
I don't think so.
And I'd like to speak to that when it's my turn.
And then I don't know if you'll recall, there was a project across from Kansas City Museum. What, I know we permitted it or allowed it somehow. What was how was that allowed, that use allowed at 3223 Gladstone?
Same procedure, a special use permit for a site located that's a contributing building within a historic district.
Was that Airbnb? Was that event space or was it
Event
just event space? Not
oh, okay.
Not short, not rental.
Nope.
Gotcha.
And that property owner had a very strict business plan for exactly how many events they were. Okay.
Yeah, I recall now. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions for city staff? Great. Well, then we will welcome the applicant.
Thank you. My name is Megan Duma. Thank you, Vice Chairman Enders. And I'm representing myself, and I own the property at 511 Gladstone Boulevard. I actually purchased it in May of 2022, and it's not my first large historic renovation. That's kind of my passion. It's what I love to do. It brought me back to Kansas City. I'm from KCK. In 2017, I purchased a property at 17th and Jefferson, and I spent over a year and a half and over like $1.3 million renovating it because it was just a shell of a building, and I love doing this. I happen to be an attorney. I don't not necessarily like practicing law. I'd much rather be getting dirty in old houses and picking out cool pieces to share with my guests as a short-term rental operator. I own 10 short-term rentals, and it is the majority of my livelihood, which kind of drug me into this kind of mess. And Anna has been awesome in this process and trying to help me find a way to get what I'd like to do here. I'm kind of stuck in I don't have a box, and I don't want to be a big event space. I want to be like a secondary event space. Like if you're having the wedding at the Kansas City Museum, who I've met with their events coordinator to be a supportive help to them, that maybe you could have the rehearsal dinner at the house. Where I get stuck is if I'm limited to just the guests, like the pastor can't come or, things like that. And I want to be able to have small micro events at this property, but also have people that are enjoying allowing Kansas City be able to stay at the property. And I think it'll help you out a lot. I actually did a before video before I was ever in litigation with Kansas City, Missouri, and I just bought this property and I was really excited about it. So I'd like to show you just the exterior grounds and the first floor of the video, and then my other materials I'm going to present for you. So if you give me a moment, please, just to upload those, I'd appreciate it. The before, is that a video? Perfect.
I'm gonna just take a guess about which one to.
Hopefully the audio works this time.
Try that other one.
Sure.
Won't work because it was made with Apple, right?
It was made with Apple.
And these are Windows, so the codec is different.
Okay. I could step outside and log in via Zoom or log into my computer via Zoom and just show you from my computer if you'd like to see the video. It's a cool property. It's worth seeing. Can I do that?
Do we want to move to the next one and then?
Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Just
That's
out of
fine.
What exactly is in the video?
It's a walkthrough of the property, so you can see how big and grandiose the grounds are, the statuary that existed when I bought it, the waterfalls, the huge pond.
Because I look at some of the pictures and
Okay, so then I won't. I'll keep going. That's okay. You can see the pictures in my report.
You still have your presentation, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
I
then
do have my
yeah.
presentation. We can just move to that. That's fine. As long as everybody gets the idea that it's like a big, grand, beautiful, jaw on the ground type of property.
There were pictures as part of the presentation.
Yeah. So can I help out my PowerPoint? Sorry. Yep. Okay, so I actually was only asking for a variance for micro events up to 46 people. I want to be able to sleep 16 to try to get under what would be required for fire sprinkles, and then add 30 people that would be guests that would be able to come for the micro event space. And guys click. So this is the property, pictures of it on the left was probably around the turn of the century. Pictures on the right is how it was when I purchased it. It had basically been neglected for about 20 years. The person that owned it before me, his husband had passed away in the home after a gunshot wound to the head. I was not very familiar with the historic Northeast when I invested in this property. I became friends with the guys that had a bed and breakfast down the street at 435. Now that bed and breakfast, if it was one of the two that Anna referred to, is actually been shut down. They sold it. It no longer is in operation. But they did have a nice place there. And these homes are so iconic that they're perfect for sharing with other people. When I say I wasn't familiar with the historic Northeast, what's come to my attention ever since, like whenever I'm not litigating against Kansas City, Missouri, I've been working at this property, and the safety of this particular area is one of the things that I want to contribute to improving as a short-term rental, a bed and breakfast operator, and as a micro event space hoster. So what's happened since I've owned the property in the last 2 years, literally within a stone's throw, 50 feet. The first year, a guy got stabbed in the neck and was fatally wounded. This last year, on the same, like literally I could throw a rock at it from my front porch. There was an officer involved shootout. We've had an actual shootout on our property at 5 in the morning. This is a dangerous area. Okay. And then people, since I didn't know this when I bought the property, but I've learned that. So people are saying to me, like even my neighbors who have become my friends, why do you want to do this? And that's a good question. One I continue to ask myself. But the reason I want to do this is because I love these historic homes. And this one in particular, I'm calling it the Kansas City Mansion because it is so beautiful inside and out. And it will be. We've spent nearly $700,000 on it, on improving it right now. We purchased it for $750,000, fully furnished. By the time we're done, it'll be closer to $1 million that we've invested. There's no way I'm going to get $1.7 million out of this property based on the crime in the area. And it's sad, but I've actually come to love the area intensely. That my neighbors to both sides, all of our residential neighbors, and that now Anna had said that this is a residentially zoned area. We have residentially zoned people on our left and right and across the street from us who are friends. Everybody else on that street is all high density multifamily, very transient group of people. The 3 properties that are the apartment buildings on the right by Independence Avenue, they burned themselves down. They burned themselves down twice. The one on the corner of Independence Avenue burned themselves down, and the one in the middle was owned by somebody else, so they had better tenants. And then the one closest to us burned themselves down again. So there's constantly fires, there's constantly shootings, there's constantly prostitutes and drug dealers coming off of Independence Avenue, walking past the home. So to say that like spending $1 million on a property in this neighborhood to fix it up is going to make it worse for the pedestrians or what's going on there. It's just, it's not true. Like if we improve the way that these properties look, it'll be less likely to attract kind of what I've experienced over the last 2 years as I've been working in there with my fiance, Chris, who is basically the GC on the project. Just fires all the time. What a short-term rental would do is have people like my general clientele, and I can speak to this because I've been doing this at 1704 Jefferson for the last 7 years, who generally rents these huge mansions are people like moms and dads who have somebody getting married or a girl's retirement party. We do not host bachelorette parties, in part because sometimes they're too expensive for people that want to do that, but in part because we don't allow like the rough housing and the kind of behavior, drunkenness that would invite. It's important because we invest a lot of money in these properties, but also the furnishings. And I always say that you cannot have an Airbnb run successfully if you don't have your neighbors' support and if you don't take really, really good care of your neighbors. So we don't allow any what I call finsteruski, which is Polish for baloney, basically, happen at our Airbnbs for this reason. And I bring that to your attention because this is a special use permit, right? It doesn't run with the land. So it only sticks with me. And so if I'm not the one running it, then, I mean, it can be issued in perpetuity, I presume, but that's not what we'd be asking for. We'd ask for 5 years. And knowing that I'm a good operator of short-term rentals and that I don't allow any sort of unruly behavior for the neighborhood is important. Now, mind you, that's my point. This is an unruly area of a neighborhood. I'd like to make it better. I have to make it better because if I don't, guess what? My guests won't want to stay there. They won't feel safe. So I am hugely incentivized, whether it's lighting, cameras, I mean, and maybe it's just a godsend that I might have to have an on-site person, but it'll be for the safety of my guests more than anything else. These guests are typically baby boomer age. Like I said, that's kind of the clientele that we serve the most, that get attracted to these big mansions that can afford the price tag of the nightly rate with their friends. And they're going to be reporting suspicious activity. They're not going to, if they see something, they're going to say something. They're not, they're going to help increase the safety in this area, which is my biggest challenge as a business owner here if I get to do anything close to what I want to do. But it's the way I anticipate that I will help the most. Did I go back? Can I go back? No, it's okay. I missed somehow. That was it? Okay. it downloaded weird. Okay. Well, there was points number 2 and 3 are the investment that I'm putting into the property, and I already spoke to that. But I'm a true preservationist. I had this property independently put on the historic registry, and I really care to save it and preserve it so we can enjoy it for the next 100 years. Kansas City has some of the best architectural, most beautiful homes, I think, in the nation, and I love to be able to share that with guests that come to Kansas City. And oftentimes it's not just guests, it's families that are here that have people coming in, and they like to kind of show off what we have here. And it's a great way to invite people into a community that they wouldn't otherwise really be experienced. There is not oversaturation in this neighborhood of Airbnbs. Perhaps in the West Side, where my other one is, I might agree with that comment. But here, because of the crime, there's really not. The 2 event spaces, one is the Kansas City Museum. Okay, I met with them personally. I've met with everybody. I've presented in front of the Northeast Chamber of Commerce. I've presented in front of the Scarrett Renaissance Neighborhood Association. I held a more private meeting as I was required to at the J. Rieger. But the Kansas City Museum, it does host events, but they're very limited because it is a museum. So there's very few spaces where you can actually have like food and drink in there because they have so many things that they want to preserve. But I spoke with them about how we could be a good asset to them. And when they have events, people can perhaps stay at our place and then go have their event there. The same with J. Rieger. I hosted the neighborhood meeting at J. Rieger. Great place. It's 2 minutes away from the property. But those are the only 2 event spaces. What's interesting about the Northeast is they have 0 hotels. There are no hotels, and I'll show you that in the slide in a minute. But at this point right now, and I submitted it last night, I have all of my residential neighbors. So that's I have all of their support. I filed an affidavit for Clint Ball, who lives across the street from me. But as you look, this is the Google map of my property that we're looking at here. There's my property, then there's the lot that's connected to my property with the gardens, and then Retta lives right next door to me there. He's helped us rebuild this 80-foot retaining wall when it collapsed in July of 2022. That ended up costing $80,000. And I tell you that because unless you're in order to take care of these enormous old properties, you have to make money in doing it just to support the property. Like, forget about profits, just to keep this property functioning. It's a ton of money, and we're talking like $7,000 plus per month just to maintain the property. So why I'm asking, I guess, for so much is because that is what the property requires to be sustained and be maintained. And it makes a lot of sense, especially for where it's at. But Retta is signing an affidavit in support of which I will have, he's my neighbor there, of which I will have before I go before the BZA. I've already submitted one. Okay, got out of order somehow. This is my investment and preservation slide. That's the wall coming down that I spoke about. And then to the right is when we rebuilt it, we took every stone out, we relabeled every single stone, and we put it all back. We only lost 1 stone of an 80-foot wall that we had to replace. It was over 130 years old. I tell you this because I care. I love these buildings. That's why I'm here. That's why I do what I do. And as soon as I'm done here, I'm putting on work clothes and going back down there. So that's me and Chris on the lift, checking out the shingles, seeing how many we have to replace. Like I said, we're about 700K into this project. Our neighbors to our north are Sasha and Kelsey. They purchased the property about 6 or 8 months ago. They're also signing affidavits in support of what we're doing. Why are they doing that? Because we're good neighbors. We not only put a ton of work into the house, but we talk to them, we support them, we help them. We just like them. We like to hang out with them. We're just good neighbors. So I also point out here that you see the multifamily on the other side of Sasha and Kelsey. So although it appears like I'm in a residential area, I'm really in a very high density multi area that just happen to have 3 houses around me that are residential. This is looking directly across the street from my property. That's Clint Ball and Lindsay Grant, really good friends. Also, that's Clint's affidavit is the one I have. The other ones they're getting done today and tomorrow. All multifamily properties on this street. And
my big like reasons that I've kind of already stated this is I love sharing this with guests to Kansas City, and there are no hotels in the historic Northeast. And when I presented at the Northeast Chamber of Commerce, they also confirmed there are 0 hotels. There might be I don't know of the other bed and breakfast. I probably would if it. But I know one that shut down. I don't know of the other one. I've told you about the event venues, and I'm not trying to compete with Jay Rieger or Kansas City Museum. I'm trying to be a partner in like have your big event there, and then let's do a rehearsal dinner or have your brunch or whatever that is at my property. I'd like to, at this point, address some of Anna's points. I'm only asking for 46 people, 16 sleeping, and then an additional 30. So 46 people. I think that's kind of the idea. It's like a big dinner party, but I can't have it. People come from off the property unless I get permission to do it from you guys. I could have gone just for a short-term rental, but this home is 6 bedrooms. It's over, I think, 6,500 square feet. It's huge. And 8 people does not make sense. I know this because my property at Jefferson sleeps 16 people, and more often than not, it's 12 plus, because that's what makes financial sense for the people that are renting it. I'm sure you guys have all stayed at Airbnbs. I make that presumption, but I'm sure y'all have. When you go with friends, you split it. When you go with your family, you split it. And so that's what makes sense for it to be economical, but still get to enjoy these treasures. Kind of everywhere I turned down Anna's list, I didn't really get to do what I wanted to do. And my position is that code section, with respect to this is to speak to the legality of it, the code section 88-367, it literally reads verbatim as I'm going to read to you. It is to encourage the reuse of designated historic structures. To encourage the use of designated historic structures, the BZA is authorized to approve a use of a structure not otherwise allowed. It doesn't say it has to fit into a short-term rental. It doesn't say it has to fit into a bed and breakfast. It doesn't say it has to fit into a hotel. This ordinance by itself stands alone. And that gives the BZA the ability to say, okay, Ms. Duma, this is a unique property. We'll let you sleep 16 people, and we'll let you have your little micro events, as long as I'm dealing with, health and safety and fire codes and things like that I need to do, which I have no issues with at this point. The reason that I do not want someone on this property is because my 2 biggest marketing platforms are VRBO and Airbnb. And I don't know if you guys have had any of those VRBO ads hit you when you're looking at Facebook or Instagram or anything like that, but they have a whole marketing campaign taken out that say like, it's not cool basically to have a vacation rental where a stranger is in the vacation rental. One of their ads says, never share your vacation home with someone you wouldn't share your vacation with. Or they talk about having awkward moments at the dinner table with the random person that's in your house. At 511 Gladstone, I call it, I'll have to get a basement troll. I just got to put somebody in there. And I don't think that's necessary for what I want to do. I'm happy to have somebody there when we have events in the evening, but I don't think that a human manager is necessary 24/7 for people that want to enjoy this mansion. It's theirs to enjoy, not with the supervision of somebody that's in their business. And VRBO recognizes this by their very national marketing campaign that it's weird to do. Short-term rentals are new. They're not bed and breakfasts. Bed and breakfasts mean you bring your person, guys all bring your own person, and everybody gets a room, and then at breakfast we all get together and we don't really know each other. But short-term rentals are, hey mom, let's have your retirement party. Yeah, bring Aunt Pam, bring Aunt Patty. Yes, of course, let's all meet. This is the place, I'll book it. It's a different beast. It's not a bed and breakfast. It's not a hotel. It's a short-term rental. And until we kind of start recognizing that and trying to make it work, and I think that the historic use portion of the code allows for a thought like that. And this property in particular allows for a thought like that. Like, we have the bedrooms and it has the space to be something that's not necessarily in a box yet. So that's kind of my position there. Anna's reasons for denial, I mean, I understand why she recommends denial, because it's very in the box type of a analysis. But if you look at the actual historic reuse code and you look at the property, they go perfectly together. And I believe the BZA does have authority to allow me to do what I'm asking to do. The low density residential Truman area plan, as I pointed out, these are 3 homes that are surrounded by multifamily that's going nowhere, and we're right off of Independence Avenue. Oversaturation, I've talked about that, and I've also discussed why I would not like to have a property manager on site. So I'd welcome questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
I've got a couple. Sorry, I've got a couple. You had mentioned that you spoke with Scarrett Renaissance and all that. Were they made aware of this meeting?
Yes, they were. I actually proactively, before this was even required, met with them, and we had a pretty good meeting. I mean, I think they came out with a no opposition, but it was like, yes. And they were aware of this meeting. All of the notices were sent appropriately for this meeting, and yes.
So you made some statements that seemed, maybe I got lost, but it seemed contradictory. You said you're applying for a bed and breakfast, but then you said, I want to rent it like an Airbnb or a VRBO. So I'm not sure I understand if it's getting a bed and breakfast designation, it can serve as a bed and breakfast, meaning you could have 8 different people or 8 different groups, right?
Right. I don't want to have 8 different groups. Every group I have will be related.
But you can have that.
Yes, I guess I could. But my problem with the short-term rental is Anna was trying to help me figure out what path I needed to go down.
Sure.
When I went down the short-term rental path, I'm limited to 8 people.
Mhm.
Okay. The bed and breakfast, even if I have to put a person in the home, it allows me to have 16 people and still advertise in the same platforms. It doesn't change my business structure, and I don't want random people together.
And you mentioned things like, not wanting bachelor parties or bachelorette parties. There's no real way to regulate that on Airbnb or VRBO or any of those platforms, which is, I believe, kind of how the STR conversation kind of went about with the ordinance. That was the purpose.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. So I think the original, like some of the things that were cited, which is interesting because a lot of it came from the Northeast area. A lot of the opposition to STR had to do with not being able to regulate the clientele coming into those rentals.
I mean, I would say generally speaking, there were neighborhood advocates who would testify that some of these short-term rental properties had become party houses, right?
Yep.
That was some general testimony. I'm not
Gotcha.
talking about any.
Yeah, just generally, I'm trying to get a grasp to understand. Okay, I think that's all my questions for now.
So yeah, we have a very strict protocol. So I have a team of people that do the guest interactions, and that's Airbnb. Tyler and his wife Cecile. They've been with me for 7 years since I've been doing this, and they literally will vet these people like crazy. Number one, we look for we have a 3-night minimum. Okay, a 3-night minimum at whatever this would rent for. Let's say $800 to $1,200 a night. That's going to weed out itself for a lot of that party level crew. Number two, they ask questions. Why are you coming? Who are you coming with? And most of the time, the people that are trying to throw the parties, they will make themselves known early. And we say to them, no, the owners come by regularly. We will kick you out without a refund if you try to throw a party or have uninvited guests there. We are very, very strict because this is my livelihood. This is my business. And if I'm not strict, then I'll make my neighbors angry, and then they'll complain, and then I can lose my ability to do what I do for a living. So we take it very seriously. There's only been, in the 7 years that I've been doing it, and mind you, I have 10 Airbnbs, I've only had to go to or have one of my people, either my Chris or Tyler, my property manager, go to 2 homes to just make sure that people weren't coming that weren't supposed to be there. And we've only had to kick 1 person out ever. So it's that all got a lot of noise, but it wasn't necessarily truth. There were some properties, I'm sure, that were run in a very bad way, but not my properties. And my property at 1704 Jefferson, when I went through that process and before the BZA, I had every single adjacent neighbor, just like I will for this, sign an affidavit saying what a great neighbor I've been, what a pleasure it's been to have that property there. I don't treat it like it's an investment property. I treat it like it's my home. I just don't spend the night there.
I have a question. Would staff's recommendation change if this was an either or proposition? So if she was only seeking the variance to operate a short-term rental or bed and breakfast versus that plus the meeting space, or if she just used it as a meeting space, would your recommendation be different?
With the request to not have an on-site property owner, that still brings into question the use variance. Let's take that off the table, though. Let's say if there is going to be an on-site property manager and it was just a bed and breakfast, that would be a recommendation of approval. If it was just an event space, that would probably also be a recommendation of approval.
So I'm kind of stuck, and I just want to use the first floor and the outside for the event space. I just wish that I could do both. And this particular property needs the income because it's going to be harder to book than my west side property.
We just talked about another case right across the street from the museum, which seemed to have figured out how to do it in a sense where it's just an event space. Have you discussed with them? Because I think theirs is.
It's a slightly different property.
Yeah.
Size and scale.
Yep.
And I don't believe they're open yet.
Question for staff. BZA was mentioned a couple times. This goes to council, right?
Goes to the Board of Zoning Adjustment.
Okay. So the docket or the staff reports of the council.
Yep, that is just a copy and paste error. Yeah.
Thanks. Are there any other questions for the applicant?
Is your argument that 367 allows us to grant this variance? And I'm guessing staff's argument is that 565 says we cannot.
Yes.
Does legal have an opinion as to who is right?
I mean, if you'd like to receive legal advice, it would be appropriate for somebody to make a motion to go into closed session to receive legal advice.
I would move to go into closed session to receive legal advice from our lawyer.
Then you'd need to cite to the specific section. So that would be 610-021.
It's on the front of
subsection
the
1.
docket.
And then we need to do a roll call vote on that when she's made the motion.
I don't know what 610-021
It's on the first page.
It's
of
on
your
the first,
agenda.
yeah.
It's the Sunshine Law.
So
It's a
number 1.
citation.
I move to go into closed section to discuss legal matters and legal advice pursuant to section 610-0211,
Subsection 1.
subsection 1.
Second.
We need a vote.
Yeah. Sorry.
Arkin,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Alia.
Aye.
Okay. And then before we go into closed session, do you two, are you both out at 1?
My court hearing was continued, so I can stay.
Okay, great. So we will be able to hear the next case after. All right. We'll be back after closed session.
On the further the fire in the building code, I reached out to this guy. We haven't gotten
to end the closed session and move to end the closed session and come back to discussing docket item number 6.
Second.
All those in favor?
Do you need a roll call vote on that
Oh,
too?
we do.
After the discussion, yeah.
Erkin,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Okay, this time we're going to move to public testimony. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak on this topic?
This
case.
is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item number 6. Please raise their hand on Zoom now. There's no one else in the chambers with us.
Okay.
None.
We'll close public testimony, and then if the applicant has anything else they'd like to add.
I would just add that if they would say yes as an event space and they'd say yes as a short-term rental or a bed and breakfast, if I could acquiesce to an on-site manager, but I get to have the event space component and the 16 guests, I will build out the basement and we'll get a basement troll in. It's totally fine. But that's what I think we could do under this code.
All right, thanks. Okay, at this time, if there's anything to discuss, we can go ahead and discuss.
Just clarity on some of the things.
Sure. So let's see. Conditions number 6 and 10, I want to bring into compliance with each other to or be consistent. So 6 states guest maximum for events is limited to 40 individuals. And then in 10, it says subpoint 3, amend business plan to only 16 resident guests, all in the same family party or booking an additional 30 people for micro events outdoors. So we just, those are inconsistent, correct? Or am I, okay.
No, yeah.
Just want to make sure I
correct.
wasn't misreading
And
it or
that's,
misunderstanding.
Got to the condition I mentioned needed to be revised because when the applicant submitted revised plans, that's when they said, okay, I only want 16 people with an additional 30 for the guests. I took that to mean 16 lodging and then 30 additional to the 20 they had already asked for in their original proposal, which is where I came up with my number.
Okay.
But
What's
So
everyone
what's the
thinking?
number? First number 6.
The total number of people that could be there is 46. 16 overnight guests and 30 non-resident guests that have to leave by 10 p.m. I'm fine with 10 p.m. On the condition number 8 for the licensed security person, I'd ask that be limited to events from the hours of 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. If we're having like a bridal brunch, I don't think we need a security guard there. But I'm happy to have a security guard there or the live-in resident act as a security guard at that time. And that's kind of the person I'll be looking for, like a groundskeeper, somebody who maybe has some military background to work if you guys are going to make me have someone there. Rather not, but if I have to, I want someone that can help keep my guests safe.
I'm looking for either discussion or a motion.
Well, one other thing, I just want to be clear, because this is such a unique use, do we want to lower the SUP renewal for the first year?
Yeah, so we do need to add a condition. Right now, there's not a condition,
right,
as I understand it. Staff had recommended 3, but yes, it could be changed.
Okay, would we be fine with 1 year?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Does that sound like a reasonable request?
I know I'll do right, and you guys will give it to me again in a year, so I'm happy for a year.
Okay, well, if there's no other comments, then I'll go ahead and make a motion. Vice Chair, I move to approve docket item number 6 with an added condition for an SUP to be issued for 1 year, and then an amendment to condition number 6 for a guest maximum for events at 46 guests, including bed and breakfast patrons.
And then did you want to amend number 8, condition number 8, specifying hours that an event manager would need to be on premises managing events?
What is the current? Hang on, let me look at it
right
real
now
quick.
at any event. The applicant's asking for it to just be associated with events prior or post 4 p.m.
Post 4 p.m. Yeah, we can add that to that. Does anybody else have any? Okay.
That motion works.
Oh, I do want to clarify because it doesn't say in there that it would be 16 guests and then 30 non-residential guests or non-resident guests in there.
Do we want you want me to make that clarification between? I just had the 46 number as a total of 4 events, and that included bed and breakfast patrons and guests for events.
I would clarify that 16 of those would be the residents staying there, just because we don't want, if it's not being used, you open up another 16 people.
Sure.
And then you did mention, is it in there already that it's a 10 p.m. event?
Yes, it is. That's already a part of condition number 8. Oh, sorry, 7.
Okay, if that motion works for city attorney, then I'm looking for a second.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 6, adding a condition of an SUP to last 1 year, and then with the amendments to conditions number 6 and 8. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Halia.
All right.
Thank you all.
All right, it's been approved 5-0. And do we want to move on to number 7?
I've never run.
Great.
Good
All
luck.
right, we'll go ahead and open up docket item number 7.
We've got docket item number 7. This is
Thanks,
case
Sean.
CD CPC 2024-65. This is amending Chapter 88, which is the Zoning and Development Code, by repealing Section 88.354, marijuana facilities, and enacting in lieu thereof a new section of like number and subject matter for the purpose of requiring a distance of 1,500 feet between marijuana dispensary facilities to allow such facilities to remain open until midnight, and amending Section 88.810 by adding definitions applicable to marijuana uses. I'm the staff planner associated with this case, and we have one member of the applicant team with us,
Yeah.
and Jermaine Reed is also online. Okay, docket item number 7, case CD CPC 2024-65. These are text amendments amending 88.354, which is in relation to marijuana facilities. The first section of code is 88.35402C. This is adding a new section specifically related to marijuana dispensary facilities in regards to their standards and conditions and distance requirements. Additionally, we have 88.35403A, which adds the dispensary language into the methodology of how you measure for those distance requirements related to the protected uses and dispensaries, as well as 88.35404, which extends the operating hours for marijuana dispensaries from 10 p.m. to midnight. Additionally, we have proposed a change to 88.80504V, and this is adding marijuana dispensaries into the retail sales use group. And you may be asking, why would we do this? From a city staff's perspective, marijuana facilities are not listed in the use table. So when we're making a determination about whether or not a use is specifically permitted in a location in a specific zoning district, we look at the use table. We can also look at the use groups and see if there's uses identified in that use group, and then we check the use table for that corresponding use. So for example, a manufacturing, production, and industrial services, that's in the use table, and more details about what's related to that use group is in section 88. And we can see that all of the other marijuana uses are described that way, except for dispensaries. So we have infused products in manufacturing and industrial services. We have cultivation facilities in the agricultural crop use group. We have testing facilities and research facilities in medical office and in that section. But again, the same does not apply for dispensary facilities. So for staff, it's better for us to specifically identify it, so we're all clear that dispensaries are permitted wherever retail sales are permitted. Additionally, adding the additional definitions to the zoning and development code related to micro businesses and the micro business wholesale facility for marijuana. The review criteria associated with the text amendment is listed on the screen. I'm going into review criteria C, which helps support city staff's recommendation. So the Missouri Constitution, which approved marijuana uses in the state of Missouri, allows municipalities to create regulations for marijuana uses as long as those regulations don't specifically prohibit the marijuana uses, which I believe takes about a vote to do, or makes establishing those uses unduly burdensome. So we conducted an analysis for, will this 1,500 feet separation basically prohibit new dispensaries from coming into the market? And it is technically impossible to conduct this analysis and have that analysis stay true for the entire existence of the zoning development code, because churches come and go, daycares can be unlicensed and operate and not operate. So it really has to be done on a case-by-case basis, which of course occurs when marijuana licenses are issued by the state. But due to my analysis of what we have approved right now in Kansas City, Missouri, I don't believe the proposal will be unduly burdensome or specifically prohibit new dispensaries from coming into the market. Thus, city staff recommends approval subject to conditions, and that is just for a committee sub to be prepared before the Neighborhood Planning and Development Committee to add the language about the retail sales marijuana use that I previously described. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Any questions for city staff?
Yeah, what time are they allowed to be open until?
Right now, they're allowed to be open until 10 p.m., but the proposed increases that to midnight, so 2 more hours.
With things like this, what is the intent of spacing it out? Is it because that they are so it's because it's so costly to be able to sell, you need to have protection from competition?
I'll let the applicant address that question.
Okay. And then what is a committee sub?
That is just the formal language to change what was introduced to council to create an amendment. I represented a committee sub correctly?
Yes. So Councilman Bunch introduced this code amendment. It's, I don't know, at least a month ago, maybe longer than that. And so it's currently just being held in committee. And so anytime a change is made after introduction, that's what it's called. It's called a committee substitute.
Got it. Thanks. Okay, if there are no other questions, then we'll turn it over to the applicant.
All right. My name's Dan Zimma. I'm here on behalf of Councilman Bunch. I'm a resident of Kansas City, and I also work for OXG LLC. We're a cannabis cultivator, and we also provide consulting services here in the cannabis space. I'm just going to provide a little background into the rationale of the distance requirements and the hours of operation. So the proposed amendment first aims to add distance requirements between 2 dispensaries, which currently there are none. Missouri is a limited license state under the Missouri Constitution, meaning the number of dispensaries is capped. There will be no more dispensary licenses issued. except for micro licenses that are being unveiled through a lottery system. There will be a couple more added there. So at this time, there's only 19 dispensaries operating in the Kansas City area. The proposed amendment would prevent 2 dispensaries from being within 1,500 feet of each other, with the goal of preventing them from being located on the same block, like right next to each other. And this pretty much there's 3 reasons behind it. First, this will further the Department of Health and Senior Services, which is the regulatory body charged with administering the marijuana law in Missouri. It'll further their number 1 goal of maximizing patient access by preventing oversaturation of dispensaries all like on one block, for example. Second, dispensaries tend to see about 300 to 600 customers per day on weekdays on average, give or take. That number can exceed over 1,000 on the weekends. So this, like a single dispensary, can cause issues with traffic congestion and access to street parking and things like that. So if you add another dispensary, say on the same block, the traffic congestion and access to street parking kind of gets saturated just because of the activity from the dispensaries. Third reason behind this is crime. So dispensaries and businesses in the cannabis industry at large don't have access to the same like banking tools, including credit cards. So they tend to be very cash heavy businesses. This makes them targets for theft and property crime in general. Fortunately, we haven't seen a whole lot of that in Kansas City, but nationwide, this has been a bigger issue. By not having any separation requirements between dispensaries and allowing them to be in one spot, it can kind of make the neighborhood in that area of the neighborhood in general just a more target of crime. So yeah, in conclusion, the proposed amendment increases distance requirements. It changes the method of measurement from pathway that you can travel legally by foot to, I think, like a straight line method. The pathway traveled by foot kind of defeats the whole purpose in some cases, in that if there's not like a crosswalk anywhere nearby, then theoretically you could put another dispensary right across the street from a dispensary. And that would apply not only to the proposed distance requirement between another dispensary, but also the existing distance requirements between a dispensary and a school, daycare, substance abuse treatment facility, and places of worship. So in theory, without changing the method of measurement to a straight line, you could have a dispensary right across from a school or daycare. Finally, the hours of operation, we just want to increase those to make them more on par with neighboring municipalities. Some municipalities nearby allow 24/7, 365. Increasing to midnight will increase tax revenue gained from the 2% cannabis tax, in addition to the other taxes collected on it. And that's all I got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
I have one. So you say there's 19 permits, and how many of those are physically open?
19 of them are operating here in Kansas City, open.
So these 1,500 feet distance will be for future permits?
Or if, say, one of those 19 wants to request a change of location with the Department of Health and Senior Services, it would apply to those future zoning letters that you need to get to show the department that it's in line with the zoning code.
Okay.
Does the state dictate any distance requirements or restrictions?
With respect to dispensaries or things in general?
Dispensaries.
No. Okay. They leave that up to the municipalities.
Do you have a feeling of how these business owners feel about this regulation? Because I'm guessing, like, if I have one of these permits and I'm not in a good location,
yeah,
but then I'm not going to be able to go to a good location?
To my knowledge, none of them do fall within 1,500 feet of each other at this time. I think this is more of a proactive thing to prevent future increase of oversaturation. Yeah.
Right.
So,
Any other questions for the applicant?
one last thing on that. I think, Sarah, you would probably know, but they would be grandfathered in under a non-conforming use in the event that they were already existing within 1,500 feet.
Correct. Yeah. If there's already two with it that are within that, less than that distance, that
We'll be able to stay.
They would be, yes, they would be allowed to continue. Yep.
Okay, we'll move to public testimony. Is there anyone online wishing to speak?
If you wish to provide public testimony on docket item number 7, please raise your hand on Zoom. No one raised their hand and no one's approached the microphone in the chambers.
All right, we're closing public testimony. Applicant, is there anything else you want to add?
No, thank you.
Great. Okay, well then, I'm looking for a motion or any discussion on docket item number 7.
I just wanted to double check to make sure that there's no additional conditions that weren't listed in the staff report.
Just the one about the committee sub.
Just what?
The one about the committee sub.
Okay, hang on. Wait,
Which is in
one
there.
that?
It's already in there.
Okay, it is. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
How do you, one thought that I have, sorry, it's like how increasing the hours to midnight. Like, I mean, you talk about crime. Like, I mean, to me, it sounds like it can increase crime, like being open to midnight on these spots.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, like the Kansas City hasn't seen as much of that as there has been nationwide. But for the other reasons of, like the distance requirement, keeping them like away from each other would, prevent congestion and luring people in to the same spot. But fortunately, Kansas City has not seen a lot of the crime so far increase due to like the cash heavy part.
Yeah.
And cannabis tends to be, a non-violent substance compared to, say, alcohol, liquor stores, things like that.
Yeah, I know there are all sorts of different types of crime. That what we experience with our retail locations either happens during daytime hours or after close, but strangely not in the evening. And I'm sure it's different for every business, and different types of crime occur at different times.
Okay. Nothing else. I'll go ahead and make a motion. Vice Chair, I move to approve docket item number 7 with conditions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 7 with the one condition. We have the roll call vote, please.
Arkin. I'm sorry. Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Palladino.
All right.
It has been approved 4-0. Thanks for the project and good luck with it.
No other business.
Great. Then we are adjourned.
All right. You have to say when is the next one.